This House now resumes its sitting. Morning, everyone. At this time, I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm certainly very grateful to be here in the Honorable House of Assembly at such a critical time in the political future and history of the territory. And I want to thank so very much the very good people of District 6 who sent me here to the House of Assembly to represent their interests. And I want to reassure my constituents that I took the time to read this constitutional document. So when I speak today, I am speaking from the fact that I have read the document. I've also done comparisons between other modern constitutions. And also, Madam Speaker, when this document was laid in this Honorable House, one of the first things I did was to call a district meeting in my community to discuss the proposal from the Constitutional Review Commission and to get feedback from my constituents. So when I speak today, Madam Speaker, you're not just hearing my voice, you're also hearing the voice of my constituents who had a chance to give their views on various sections of the document. Here today, she just walked in, is Lisa Penletson, who's the head, who was the head of the commission. I want to thank Ms. Penletson because she came with no hesitation at all when I asked her to come to speak to my constituents and go over the document with them and answer questions from them. She did not hesitate, and to her it might have been something simple, but to me it is something monumental, because here it is, you had somebody who was intimately involved in the process, making themselves available to my constituents, and we appreciate that. I also want to thank the other members of the commission, because this type of work is very tedious work, very taxing, and it requires a lot of research, requires you to listen, to understand what people are saying, and then try your best to put what people are saying into legal language for us to use. So I want to thank all the members of the commission. The document overall, in my view, is a good document. There are, like anything else in life, there are some areas I agree with, there are others that I do not agree with, but by and large, I agree with most of what is contained in the document. And I must say that I had some concerns, even before I came back into this House, Madam Speaker. And the COI recommendations and so on were coming forward. And of course, our acceptance of all the recommendations. I still maintain that we should have read them a little better. We should have thought a bit more, be a bit more deliberate in our thinking before we accepted all of them, because we're noticing that some of those things are affecting our very quality of life. But I was a little confused, and I'm still confused, and perhaps at some point somebody could assist me, or maybe time will manifest itself. Why the COI reforms were conflated or included or at the same time contemporaneous with us having a new constitution, having a constitutional review. It troubles my thinking. the timing to me is very curious. It is very curious. And anybody who is paying attention to what is happening in the politics in the BVI, even looking at how the COI started and all the rest of it, and some of the allegations that were made that seem now not to be made from solid footing. Why at this time? Why would you conflate those two things? Why would those two things happen so contemporaneously? There is something amiss in there. And what is troubling to me is the fact that the COI report did something psychologically to the people of the country. It added to this mistrust that somehow existed before. Some of which we brought on ourselves because the level of political debate in this House, Madam Speaker, when I say this House, I don't mean necessarily this particular House sitting here, but the level and the quality of debate in this House has to increase and improve. I must say over the years it has gotten a bit better. But when we get to the point where we call one another corrupt and all of these things just to get political points, the things are coming home to roost. And so when you have us calling ourselves corrupt just to get a political edge, and then you get the COI saying the things that it says, it puts doubt in the minds of the people as to whether they can trust their leadership or not. And then at that time, when the trust of leaders is under suspicion, heightened suspicion, I might add, you are now asking for constitutional review. We are going in to review a constitution at a time when we are at our weakest. And I cannot forsake my good common sense to wonder whether or not that was a deliberate tactic. Because how do you go in to negotiations to ask for additional powers when you have a document that you accepted that have said that you have done all of these things and you have not been following these procedures, that basically say you have maladministration, you have corruption? And so I had to bring that point to the fore. Not to say that we should stop in our pursuits, but I could not I could not speak without raising how curious, Madam Speaker, that appears in my mind. Madam Speaker, I started to read the document not from the beginning of it. I started from page 1112 of the document. And I'm going to refer to the document throughout my presentation, Madam Speaker. No, 1112. Yes, that's where I started to read. I'm going to refer to the document and I'm going to read from it because I want to encourage the people, Madam Speaker. Page, not recommendation, page. 1112. 112, sorry, yes. Sorry. 112. Thank you, sir. 112. Yes. Thank you for the correction, sir. Well, that's what an alliance is about. Yes. You're aligned to assist. I started to read from there because I think somehow that should have appeared a bit more prominently in the front of the document. Because 112 and 113 starts with the preamble of the Constitution, which in any constitution it appears in the front. And I go there, Madam Speaker, because you yourself, being a student of constitutional law, would recall from your studies, and the learned Attorney General would know as well, that even while the debate rages on as to whether or not the preamble forms part of the Constitution, and in this part of the world, certainly the BVI doesn't, but in other parts of the world it does. And it sets out the spirit of the Constitution. It sets out the core values, the guiding principles of democracy, the rule of law, liberty and equality of rights, national sovereignty. It sort of gives the essence, the core philosophy, as it were, of the Constitution. And so I found that to be a fitting place to start with reviewing the Constitution, because when I read the rest of it, I want to look at it through those lenses, understanding the spirit of it. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that I was pleased to see was the revision of it, of the preamble. The preamble that we have in the existing Constitution, it is a good preamble, but it is something that could have been added upon. And I think a fairly decent job was done in the revision of the preamble. But I still have some comments that I want to make on it, which I'll make later on. But 4.1 says, this segment seeks to address the specific concerns raised during our community meetings and consultations regarding the preamble, including whether the reference to God needs to be revised or strengthened. A considerable number of persons expressed the reference to God in the preamble needs to be strengthened. In fact, it was stated that the preamble needs to do more than just name God, but should invoke God and make it clear which God we are referring to. And I found that was very important because we are a God-fearing nation. And yes, we must invoke God in whatever we seem to do. When I look at the preamble, I read it, and I want to read it into the hearing of the people of the country so they could understand what I'm saying when I make my comments. It says, whereas, and it's a draft proposal, whereas we, the people of the Virgin Islands, are God-fearing people, anchored in the Christian tradition and values, invoking the Almighty God, now wish to proclaim this, our Constitution of the Virgin Islands. Remaining conscious of our ancestral history and the struggles, labor, sacrifices, and achievements of our forebearers that serve as pillars of our territory today, valuing the evolution over centuries of a distinct cultural identity, which is the essence of a Virgin Islander, acknowledging that the society of the Virgin Islands is based upon certain moral, spiritual, and democratic beliefs, a belief in the Almighty God, the dignity of the human person, the freedom of individual and respect for fundamental rights and freedoms and the rule of law. Mindful that the people of the Virgin Islands have expressed a desire for their constitution to reflect who they are as a people and their quest for social justice, economic empowerment, and political advancement. Recognizing that the people of the Virgin Islands have a free and independent spirit and have developed themselves and their islands based on qualities of honesty, integrity, mutual respect, self-reliance, and ownership of land bequeathed by their forebears, engendering a strong sense of belonging to and kinship with those islands. Recalling that because of historical, economic, and other reasons, many of the people of the Virgin Islands reside elsewhere, but have and continue to have an ancestral connection and bond with those islands. Asserting that the Virgin Islands should be governed based on adherence to well-established democratic principles and institutions, good, transparent, and accountable governance in the conduct of public affairs, participatory decision-making, and the achievement of national objectives based on sustainable planning. Declaring a duty on the people and those who govern to preserving the Virgin Islands as a safe and healthy environment for ourselves and for generations unborn. Entrusting those who govern with the continued promotion, modernization, and development of all economic sectors, and ensuring a steady improving quality of life for all the people of the Virgin Islands. Affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have expressed their desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over their affairs. And noting that the United Kingdom, the administering power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership in the Virgin Islands based on principles of mutual respect and self-determination, and on the freely and democratically expressed wish of the people of the Virgin Islands. Now, therefore, the following provisions have effect as the Constitution of the Virgin Islands. And I read it because it is through those lens of the preamble that we should interpret what is written in the Constitution. But when I was looking through some other preambles of modern constitutions, Madam Speaker, bearing in mind, of course, that the Constitution is a foundational legal document of the country, and it governs the rights and responsibilities and freedoms of all the people living within the jurisdiction. The preamble, Madam Speaker, should reflect a shared self of belonging and inclusion for every group, regardless of origin, ethnicity, religion, background, or personal circumstances. And modern nations, and the BVI is a modern nation in that sense, are made up of a diverse population. We have, the last time we checked, I'm sure it probably increased, we have close to 100 different nationalities living in the BVI. And many of them have become belongers. And I have to speak as well because I have the privilege of representing what I like to call the melting pot, really, of the Virgin Islands. It's in District 6. You have the most diverse population in this territory living in my district. And because of that, I have to view the Constitution and the preamble of the Constitution through their lens as well. And for us to better craft the preamble, Madam Speaker, I am suggesting that we look at it again. That what we should do is we acknowledge the differences that we have as a people, because that's what diversity is, differences. But while we acknowledge the differences, we also affirm the shared commitments that we have to certain values, like justice, equality, freedom, and peace. So I want us to, while it's an improvement, I think, upon the existing one, I don't think it captures that part of the BVI sufficiently. A diverse society. Because the Constitution should be for everybody who resides in the territory. And while we have our differences based on nationality, there are some shared values. I think that it's important enough with the struggles that we are having now in the territory between who from here and who from here and all the rest of it. If we are moving towards a pre-independence type constitution, it is important that those words be put in the preamble. Because when you get to independence or further self-determination, nation building is an intimate part of being successful as a nation. And in nation building, you must bring all the people along. And I think we should try our utmost, Madam Speaker, to see how we can include that in the preamble. Then I went on, Madam Speaker, to recommendation 1 that speaks to transparency and public consultation. And it says here in the executive summary, and I want to read it, not just to say I'm reading it, but for us to understand something. It says the terms of reference, this terms of reference, how executive ministerial government can be held to account, checks and balances, that's the heading. And it says this term of reference attracted the liveliest interaction with the general public. And this is reflected in the number of recommendations. These recommendations can be presented under a few themes. Recommendations that promote transparency, recommendations that encourage more active public consultation and participation, and recommendations for legislative reform that would support greater accountability. Straddling all three themes, therefore, is recommendation number 1, that the Constitution be amended to include a requirement for standing orders to give due regard to representative democracy, accountability, transparency, and public participation. The Commission also holds the view that in the spirit of democracy, transparency, good governance, and accountability, meetings to discuss government business ought to be a fixed schedule by publishing a fixed HOA meeting schedule annually in advance. Both members of the House of Assembly and members of the public would be aware of the agenda and make necessary preparation. To me, Madam Speaker, one might say that I might be taking a little bit of time on the simplest of things when you read them. But sometimes you have to listen to not only what is said, but what is not said. What this is saying to me is that the people want to be more included in the decision making of their country. The people want us, those of us who are elected, to be more transparent in our dealings. And it might call for us to interrogate the system that we operate under, because there are some tenets of the Westminster system of government that are out of date and not consistent with a modern society. There's too much secrecy in it. The people right. They're cursing us now, say we give ourselves an increase in secret. It wasn't done in secret based on the Westminster system that we follow. But to the people outside, it seems like a secret. And when they say that, you have to hear what they're saying, because it's coming out right here. We do not know enough about what is happening in the affairs of our country. We elect you to come to the House to represent us, but we ain't give you the place. The place is yours. You only come here to speak for me because all we couldn't come down to do it. And so we have to now interrogate the system to see how we can improve on the accountability and the transparency, Madam Speaker. And that's what the people are saying to us. And that's why I support recommendation number 1. It says that Section 72 of the Constitution should be amended to include a requirement for standing orders to give due regard to representative democracy, accountability, transparency, and public participation. B, where possible, all hearings and meetings should be held in public. I agree. I agree. What it is we got to talk in secret so in here that nobody can hear. It's time to make the committees public. When you go into the committee state of a bill, it's time to make that process public. When you have the Public Accounts Committee, it is time for that to be public. And I want to put it to you, Madam Speaker, very strongly, that even now when we are looking at this constitutional review in committee, it needs to be public, because this is a document that belongs to everybody. And we should try our utmost now. Let us defy the odds. Make this committee public for the people, because it's the people's constitution, and 13 people are going to be in here in secret, putting in, choking in, saying what they want for themselves personally, what suits their agenda, and the people are excluded. That's what the people are saying to us. Because if you read the document, it says that this part of it, this was the liveliest interaction of the general public. The issue of transparency and openness in their affairs. And we have to hear the call. We have to hear the call, because that is all part of breaking down this barrier of distrust that exists. If people see what we are doing, making sure you're working for your money, you're reading the documents, and you're representing the interests of your people well, that helps to build trust. That helps to build trust. It says where there are annual reporting and accounting requirements on the government departments, those time frames must be strictly adhered to in order to support the scrutiny of the House. And I agree with that. There have been some departments, I hope it got a little better, I ain't checked. But there's some departments that have, before time you used to see their reports 3 and 4 years behind. And even the government, in terms of the financial reports that are supposed to be laid on the House, 3 and 4 years behind. And we have to get past that, because we are depriving the people of the very things they want, openness and transparency. When you get an audited financial statement 3 years behind, you ain't gonna read that. What sense it make read it? Whatever done mash up already. You can't do a thing about it. The things need to be timely. And ensuring opportunity for public consultation should be utilized during the legislative process. In particular, ensuring the publication of a bill prior to its debate. And we do that. But again, we need to do it, Madam Speaker, more effectively. Can any of us honestly say that when we put a bill in this House, when a bill comes to the first reading, that by the time we pass that bill, that people know what we do? The majority of people have no idea what we have done. The break between the first reading and the second reading is supposed to be for public consultation. But we just go through the motions. We just go through the motions. And it's not just us. It's not an indictment on us. It's an indictment on the Westminster system. So I'm not criticizing our House, because our House, we do well. But the system needs to be interrogated. Something more needs to happen from us between that first reading and the second reading, so that people can understand what will be the effects of passing this law on my life. And those of us who are representatives of the people as well, we have a role to play too. All of us, so I'm speaking to all of us, we can do better. When the first reading of the bill comes and you go to your committee, to your district people, explain to them what is in the bill, how this bill is going to affect your life. And I remember even in a former life here in this very House, I used to say that the civil servants themselves, when we pass laws that affect them, there is nobody going to those people and say, we just passed this piece of law. What I used to do yesterday, I can't do today, because these are the new things. And then they end up and they get themselves in all kinds of trouble, because they did things the old way and the laws have changed. And so, Madam Speaker, I support fully that transparency. And the other thing, Madam Speaker, that we have to work on, I've talked long today. I wasn't going to talk long, but my spirit telling me I have to say some things today. So, Madam Speaker, you're going to be up there for a while. I'm telling you, Ollie. When you go in the committee stage of a bill, you hear the debate session, Everybody talk and they say blah, 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 blah. You come out of the committee stage, you have the third reading. Not a man jack in the public know what you're doing committee stage. So they see a bill for the first reading that says X, Y, Z. They hear you debate the bill. They don't know whether you accept this, or you accept that, or you accept the next. All we do is come back and say, the bill has passed the committee stage with with amendments. What is that? What is that? In the 21st century representing people? That is woefully insufficient. And that is what the people are saying. We don't know what it is you are doing, and so they want greater transparency. I have to support them on it. I have to support them on it. Recommendation number 2. Junior ministers. I know they were trying to change the name to ministers of state. I don't know if they get it do. But it says junior ministers here. It says here in the executive, the issue of junior ministers posed a challenge for the commission. If properly executed, the office of a junior minister is a good thing. The challenge is in small legislators, is that the appointment of junior ministers reduces and in some cases completely removes the presence of a government backbench to act as a check and balance. To act as a check and balance on the government. Therefore, in order to promote an environment that supports clear separation between the executive and the legislature, and in light of the recommendation by the Commission that a sixth minister be introduced, the Commission recommends the abolition of the position of junior minister. However, in the event that the Commission recommendations for introduction of a sixth minister is not approved, the Commission recommends that there be no increase in the 2 junior ministers at present, but that the role of junior ministers be clarified in the ministerial code of conduct. At page 23, it fleshes it out a bit more. Now, Madam Speaker, the role of the junior ministers, I think the member, the Deputy Premier, mentioned it before, how it came about. But it was primarily to assist in the performance of ministerial functions related to economic development. And it says here, it's the view of the Commission that careful consideration be given to whether the role is necessary, particularly the sixth minister is introduced, and if the role is retained, there needs to be more structure. Madam Speaker, the role of the junior minister is an important role. It's an important role. And we should not in any way underestimate it. I would even go on to say that even if we have a sixth minister, Mr. Speaker, the role of a junior minister is still pertinent. It is still pertinent. What we need to do is to stop limiting it to economic development. Let it be junior ministers across the board. Because sometimes the workload becomes very heavy for a minister, depending on what project you're working on. So pick one, the airport expansion, for instance. That airport expansion alone, and I'm using it just for the sake of the size, could take up your whole time. That it just sucks the whole energy out of everything else because it got to get this airport done, and everything else languish. You need a junior minister to be able to come in for a period of time to assist with certain things. And if you allow them to go in different ministries, it helps them to be more versatile. I see junior ministers, I mean, in some extent, it may not always be the case this way, but I see it almost as a training wheels to move up to being a substantive minister. In some instances. In some instances. And so even if you put that sixth minister, it needs to be, I think it needs to be retained. You may not use it. So even if you have the allowance for it and you don't use it. But at least you still have that allowance there in the event it's necessary. So I really depart from the Commission in that respect, because I believe the role of the junior minister is still a very important one that could help to move the government work, Mr. Speaker, along. Bicameralism. It says here that the Commission received proposals from a significant number of persons for the introduction of bicameral system of government. And I see it says here that Honorable Fraser was one of those persons who put one in. And of course, as we know, having an upper house is nothing new in the Westminster system of government. I think it's only just for Bermuda alone. It's the only OT that has one. And it says here that the proposals were based on numerous perceived flaws with the current unicameral system under the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. By way of examples, contributors cited a lack of accountability to the people by the House of Assembly. Some contributors shared the view that because too many pieces of legislation were being passed in short periods, the statutes required amendments too soon after they were enacted. In this regard, it was observed that a Senate can provide a more deliberate and enhanced legislative process, limit the opportunity for abuse of power, and provide more cogent checks and balances on the functions of the HOA. Other contributors felt that the HOA served as a mere rubber stamp for decisions of the Cabinet, and as such, another tier of review should be accorded to bills brought before the House of Assembly. Very critical point. Contributors deemed that given the volume of bills passed within very short periods of time, legislators have very little time to thoroughly scrutinize, analyze, and research the impact of the bills before the House. The rationale for advocating for a bicameral system of government is the need to avoid a concentration of power in a single body and the attendant risk of abuse. Bicameralism can also serve as a safeguard against extremism and enhance the chance of better representation and debate on special matters affecting the community. An upper house revised legislation can delay the advancement of unpopular legislation and exercise the power of veto. And it says here, opponents of the bicameral system point to the heavy financial burden that would happen if you impose a second chamber. I am a strong proponent of having a bicameral system. It is time for it to happen. It is time for it to happen. It is time. And if we notice what is happening here, you see that COI? Don't take that thing lightly. It is making a serious shift in how legislators do their work and how they interact with their constituents. It is moving us towards what happens in London. Up in London, legislators make laws and that's it. They decentralize everything. Everything else, everywhere. So you go there with your briefcase and you're going to make laws. That's where they have parliament almost every day up there. Because if they have no parliament, the people ain't going to know what to do. What are they going to do? That is what is happening here. The place is being decentralized. How much of y'all feel useless? I feel like a waste of time sometimes. A colossal waste. And I don't do waste very well. To get something done, you got to call this one, you got to call this department, call that department, run behind them. To get derelict vehicles moved from my district, I got to go around with my phone, with my camera, and take picture of them and harass the staff at solid waste to get them moved. The systems were not like that before. The system was not like that before. And so if we're going to be placing emphasis on legislation, we need good laws for true. And we have to be honest with ourselves. Election is a popularity contest. That is what it is. That is what it is. If you have little sense to add on with the popularity, you do well. If you don't have no sense, you could still win once people like you. And then you send somebody in here who you know is woefully incompetent because you love them, and they can't read a piece of bill and interpret it. And you end up getting bad laws. The other side of it is, you have other people who are competent, who can read laws, interpret laws, who have a lot to offer. Some of them may not be able to win, as you said, honorable member for the night, but it's not only that. It's not only that. You have to be able to attract people of a certain quality when you have certain persons in the private sector. And that's one of the problems we have. We don't have competent people here, good people here who could do this job and do it well, particularly in the direction it's going. You have to pay them to get here. You could go and tell somebody who's working in one of them trust company or a law firm, making $200,000 a year, to come in here for $36,000. In which world is that going to happen? It will not happen. And that is part of the challenge that we have. And if we get a bicameral system, I see them mention the financial burden. That's the only negative that was in this document, and it's not a negative, because anything in life could be negotiated. If you have a bicameral system and you get people who know laws, who could read, understand, interpret, double check what we're doing here. At the end of the day, of course, the lower house will have the say, because we are the ones who are elected by the people. But certainly you have something to consider so you can make a better piece of law. And we need that. We need it. And they will only come and make a House of Assembly or whenever they have their session. They don't a heap of money. But it is needed. And it is time we start to think outside of the box and get some of these things done that need to be done so that we can make better laws. Because at the end of the day, that's what we do. We are lawmakers. And as simple as it may seem to us, every single thing we do in here when we're making laws affects somebody's life outside. We can't afford to be making mistakes. It's time, Mr. Speaker, high time for a different layer. I depart from Honorable the Deputy Premier on one point. They should not be, I don't think they should be elected on their own. They need to be appointed. Because you're going to have pure confusion. You're going to have pure confusion. Anytime you elect somebody elected on their own, you can't tell them nothing. Now, you don't want to tell them anything, but you don't want confusion. And that is why when you look at how senators are appointed in the Caribbean countries, the Commonwealth Caribbean, it is done on a proportion basis. The government who wins gets a certain amount, the opposition gets a certain amount, and you put them in the House. Now, what you don't want to do, and this is where those of us who might be in the bottom house, if we're that lucky, do not go put your cronies in your Senate. Don't do it. Because that is when the point about financial burden, that's where the balance gets troubled. If you go and put in your crony because he went to a campaign for you, he can't read his name if you see it, and you're going to put it in a Senate, we're making a mockery of the system. So those of us who have those positions need to do the right thing. Put competent people to be a part of it. But I think, Mr. Speaker, it is high time. It is high time for us to improve upon the system that we have. Recommendation 6, the term limit for the Premier. It says here, proposals were submitted to the Commission for the introduction of term limits, more for staggered term limits for the position of Premier. And it goes on to say close to 100 countries have imposed term limits on their heads of government, though notably, they are more commonly found in countries that have a presidential system, like, for instance, the United States. Where term limits do exist, they tend to come primarily in two forms: a limitation on the number of consecutive terms in office, and B, a limitation of the total number of years that an individual can be in office. Notably, the Cayman Islands had introduced term limits for the post of premier. No one may be chosen as premier who has held the office as premier during 2 consecutive parliamentary terms, unless at least 1 parliamentary term has expired since he or she held that office. This means that, in effect, a premier cannot serve more than 8 years, assuming that the terms in question each went to a maximum of 4 years, and then would have to be out of office for up to 4 years. And there were some pros and some cons. There were some things against it. Term limits could deprive people of quality experience and effective leadership. Term limits require that more time and resources be spent on educating new persons. Term limits are viewed as offensive to democracy and electorate right to choose. Term limits may lead to a lack of accountability, and they may incentivize politicians to focus on short-term planning. I am one, Mr. Speaker, who believes in democracy, in the democratic process. I believe it to my core. I believe it to my core. Why we want to put a term limit on a premier? Why would you want to do that?
Members, this House will now take a recess. This House now resumes its sitting. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition to continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I left off giving my views on how I felt about the possible intervention of 12 minutes. I think when I left off, I was speaking about the fact that we have a very small population in the Virgin Islands. And we already have a number of persons who cannot exercise the democratic right to vote. I'm speaking about the public service, and I'll speak to that a little further in the document. Because the public service, Mr. Speaker, that's about the most brilliant people in this country. One of the most brilliant people in this country. And so it's time for us to start to look at those things because we need the right people. We need the talent pool to come here in the House of Assembly. You yourself, Mr. Speaker, and even if we may know, I wouldn't thank me, whether publicly or privately, but when you all were working at the college, it was my initiative, directed to the board, to put a policy in there to allow persons who want to seek elected office to run and give you a 3-month period, a little cool-off period, because I don't want to come back there hot fire loose to me and go sabotage the college. Take your 3 months to cool off your brain, you get your legs cool off and come back. And it is those sort of things we have to start to do in our country if we want the best talent to come forward. There was a letter that was written as well that I want to get to when I get there.
This House will stand in recess again as we address the technical difficulties. This House now resumes its sitting. Continue with the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hope that it's a bit clearer now for persons who may be listening. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I was on recommendation 6 that deals with term limits for the Premier. And I was making the point, which I really want to make the point, that in a very small population like we have in Bivia, some of these things, as good as they may sound, don't always work for us. And the more persons you have who are eligible to run for elected office, of course, persons who fit the criteria outlined in the Constitution, of course, the better it is in terms of democracy and the better choices people are able to make. And I was making the point that the civil servants already cannot run, which is something I think needs to change. I raised reference to a letter that I received, I believe. I don't think it came to me alone. I believe it came to every member of this House, from a group of young persons. I'm going to read the letter at the appropriate point, who raised concerns about a particular part of the Constitution, though they're born here. Because they were not 21 at the 2007 Constitution, and their parents were not legal residents at the time, they can't run for elected office. That's a whole set of people. People that we educated, sent to school, and we come back and we say you cannot run for elected office. And on top of that, restriction in terms of the pool, the talent pool. We can't even entertain the thought of having term limits for a Premier. And it could backfire too. It could backfire. One of the points that was raised against it, and I think when I read out the points against term limits are much stronger than the points for it, particularly the last one. Term limits may incentivize politicians to focus on short-term planning. It is true. It is human nature. I know I got one more term. I got you to study. I got you to study. If I got 4 more years left, and then my second year, you think I'm worrying about 20 years down the road? No, because I got 2 more years. You may very well decide I'm going to retire after them 2 years. And so you have a sitting duck, a lame duck Premier for the rest of his term. Even his cabinet, he will not be able to control, unless they're a Christian. He won't be able to control one. You tell me do something, all I got to do is wait you out because you're going the next 2 years. So it doesn't work well for us. Let the democratic process work itself out. If the people want somebody out of the premiership, they could get him out. And when I get a little later, I'm going to tell you how to get him out, or her. So on the recommendations, I would say recommendation 6. It says, A, the issue of whether to adopt a term limit should be put to a referendum. I have no issues with that. It is always good to have the views of the public on these sorts of matters. B, in the event that a decision is made that the position of the Premier and Deputy Premier be voted directly, the Commission would recommend that consideration be given to implementing term limits for holding such offices. And when you get down later on B, on the Premier and Deputy Premier holding office directly, you will hear my views on that. C, in the event that a decision is made to require selections of positions of Premier and Deputy Premier from a large candidate, the need for term limits would, in the opinion of the Commission, be less significant. I don't quite understand and agree with that one. Let me read it again. In the event that a decision is made to require selection of the positions of premier and deputy premier from the at-large candidates, the need for term limits would, in the opinion of the Commission, be less significant. I can't comprehend what you're saying. So you're saying, because if I want to interpret that using my little common sense that I have, if you're from a district and you're the premier, your term limit should be 2 terms. But you're thinking that if the person run at large, it's going to be less. I guess you're thinking that because the people can remove, everybody can remove that person. But they could still remove the person in the current construct now, if they use the votes the right way. If they use the votes the right way. So I don't agree with that. And D, it says in the event that a decision is made to retain the status quo, given the small size of the pool of persons eligible for elected office in the territory, unless stringent measures for succession planning are implementing, imposing term limits on holders of elected office is likely to do more harm than good. Truer words have never been spoken. This is actually the crux of the matter. Here, the pool will become too small of persons who are eligible to hold that position. So I can't support recommendation 6 as it is. Recommendation 7 speaks of recall provisions for elected officials. And it says here that multiple submissions were made to the Commission for the introduction of recall provisions for elected representatives to provide a mechanism for elected representatives to be removed from office before the expiration of their term. These proposals were made in response to the question of how executive ministerial government can be held to account in the House of Assembly, and how checks and balances and mechanisms for accountability may be employed to militate against abuse of power. Notably, the submissions made call for recall provisions to be triggered, not just for dereliction of duty or poor performance, but on the grounds of immoral behavior, which I think already, this last point, immoral behavior, I think the Code of Conduct already addresses that issue. And then it goes on to say some other things. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but I do support the recall of elected officials. I do. But I recall it when you read in other constitutions how the recall is done. I think respectfully, Mr. Speaker, we kind of conflated some responsibilities here. Because when you read through the document, there seems to be also intertwined matters that come from the Integrity Commission. I think that should be separate. When you look at recall provisions in other constitutions, the recall comes from the people. The people who elected you have buyer's remorse, and they no longer want you to represent their interests for whatever reason. It has to be based on that only, in my view. And of course, the appropriate safeguards must be put in place to make sure that you don't just have people who are trying to create confusion, to just recall somebody because the person who they wanted to win did not win. So the appropriate safeguards, a very high percentage of those persons. And they must cite good reasons, and the reasons must be sound. We have to figure out how we're going to do it. And then, of course, when the process comes to the House of Assembly, how it's going to be dealt with there. I think Guyana has a very interesting recall provision. I don't know if you all were able to look at it, but maybe it might be something that could provide some guidance to us. I know the topic well because I remember one time when we were invited to, I think it was a parliamentary session in Trinidad. the speaker at the time asked me, one of the topics was recall provisions. And the speaker at the time asked me to address the body on the matter. So I did some research on it. So I kind of have an understanding as to what I'm talking about in relation to how it should work. But I believe it's a very important device, because sometimes, as I said, elections are popularity contests. You got some people up there who are going to make some promises to the electorate that they know they can't deliver on. Tell all kind of lie. So they could get this do, they could get that do. And 2-3 years pass, nothing can lift off. Pure lie. Or you make up some story on an opponent that you know isn't true. You sway the minds of the voters and you get in. And then something come to light where you well know what you're doing was telling lie. You need to get recalled for true. You need to get recalled. Or even if you win legitimately, but you ain't doing a lick of work, you ain't doing nothing but getting a salary, you need to get recalled. I agree. So the recall provision has my support, but I don't think it should be conflated with the powers that the Integrity in Public Life Act gives to the Commission. Because when you look at the recommendation, it says here, A, the legislation should be enacted to provide a recall mechanism, and Section 67.3 of the Constitution should be amended to include circumstances where a member of the House has been recalled as an additional grounds for vacating his or her seat. And it says the recall legislation should, 1, define grounds of which a recall mechanism can be triggered, including serious breaches of the Code of Conduct, which, yes, of course, in Integrity in Public Life Act, you can be removed from office for serious breaches, but I don't think we should conflate it with this. And I think also at a different part in the same conversation of recall, I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. In one part, we use the term serious breaches, and in another part, we use the term breaches of the provision of the Integrity in Public Life Act. And I don't think that anybody should be removed from anything for just a simple breach. If the breach is serious, then of course I understand. But nonetheless, I think that this is a separate matter that should be left only for the people who elected that person, or for the constituency in which they were elected, or the district, as the case may be here. 8, recommendation 8, grounds to remove ministers other than recall. I won't spend much time, Mr. Speaker, deliberating on that. Recommendation 11, direct election of the Premier and revision of the at-large system. And a lot was said, Mr. Speaker, on this matter at page 39. And I want to do a little bit of reading on some of it. It says, during the consultation process, there were certain recurring themes which were imparted with a firm and unshakable resolve that these particular things must be addressed in the next constitution. 3 of these are as follows. A clarion call for the electorate to vote directly for who is to be Premier and Deputy Premier. And B, the at-large system is not working. And C, a perception of sister islands being grossly underrepresented. First, on the issue of political leadership, there was extremely strong opposition to the Premier being the head of a political party and or representing a particular local district. Persons expressed a strong desire to vote directly for who is to be elected head of government. Others expressed that as a minimum, both the Premier and Deputy Premier should be elected from amongst the cadre of at-large candidates citing that these two office holders should not be elected solely on the basis of being victorious at the local level only. He goes on to say that the idea of voting directly for the premier and deputy premier is more characteristic of a presidential style, which I'll probably go deliberate on the first part first. Because I think even though there's a second part that deals with the characteristics of that sort of system, I think I should deal with that separately. Now, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when certain things are said, you have to listen not only to what is being said, but also what is not being said. And I would admit from the onset, I was one of those persons who believed that the premier should be at large. I believed it, and I'll tell you why I believed it. No, I'll tell you why I believe it. Take it easy. I'll tell you why I believe it. I believe it for the very same reason that these people believe it, who gave their views. That's why I started off by saying, listen not to just what is said, but what is not being said. What people are saying is, and it ties back into the first recommendation, people want transparency, openness, good governance. That is what they're seeking. That is what they are seeking. And when they say they want the premier to be elected at large, you know why they want the premier elected at large? One reason. So they could take you out when they want and put him in when they want. And they want to take him out and put him in, or her, when they want, because they want somebody who understands that when you hold the seat of premier, you are to be even-handed in the distribution of the resources across the country. That is what the people are saying to us. We don't want somebody who is just elected by a district, and then he carry on and do whatever he wants and believe that he's only answerable to his district or her district, when in fact the job of a premier is a national job. That is what the people are saying. That is what they're saying. And we have to hear what they're saying. But the reality of it is, the same issue that you have with a premier conducting him or herself in that manner, you have it with a minister too. You do. Because you could have a minister of works who neglect every district in the country and take all the money and put in his district. You could have that. You could have a minister for education, elected district-wise, who makes sure that the schools in his or her district look so wonderful, AC, nice, everything proper. Using the position for re-election and neglecting the schools in other districts, you have the same thing. So I understand what people are saying when they say it. But the reality of it is, which I've come to realize, it can't work. It cannot work. And I'll tell you why it can't work. The numbers are, it will be chaos. So what you're hearing from people is frustration. But when you look at this, for instance, if you increase the House from 13 to 15, and you call for a sixth minister, right? And you say you're going to have 6 at large. Any way you turn it, it can't work. Any way you turn it, it can't work. You're going to end up with a lot of anomalies happening. I'll tell you why. You could end up, you will have a House of Assembly with 15 members. 9 districts, 6 at large. Let's say one party win all 9 districts. That's the government. Out of 15, all they need is 8. That's the government. So you're going in there now with a cabinet now of 6 members. 4 will come from the ruling party, and you pick up a premier and a deputy premier who may be from different political parties, to put them in a cabinet of 6 with 4 people from another party. You hear chaos? Them ain't gonna get a thing do, not a man studying them. Every cabinet paper that come, cabinet is on a majority basis. They ain't gonna get a thing do, not a licking thing do. It will not happen. It will not happen. And when I read it as one of the things, that's one of the downsides of the commission report in my view. It should have never been here, because it don't make no sense. Sorry to say it, but I have to talk how I talk. It is absolute chaos. And it also does not take into account the issue of competence. The issue of competence must operate more on our minds when we're voting in this country. We don't do it enough. It can't just be the popularity contest alone. You want competent people, because you put somebody in office because they're popular, never run a candy store, never do nothing in their life, and when they're not performing, you start to cuss them. That make any sense? 2 months after we cuss, you remember that? 2 months after we cuss them, you know? 2 months after we cussed them. I had an experience after I lost in 2019. After they tell all the lie on me and the Senegal man come in and he talk about and he deal with Myron. He read lavender, he throw down whatever he got throw down and kill Myron one time. And I was in, the next morning I got up and I went straight to the law office to work. It's true, the people went in the poll, couldn't see my name. You know what them tell me that? That they could not, they're looking for Myron names, what had they had to run out of there. But I'm on track, you know. I'm very much on track. I'm very much on track. And the people would come by me from all over the country. They'll come by Myron on matters affecting the country. And I would say to them, well, you went to this one? No. You went to that one? No. You went to that one? No. You went to that one? No. I take a business card of mine and I write down them name and them number and give back to them and say, I try check them. Could you imagine, Mr. Speaker, throughout them 4 years, me meet nobody yet who vote for the Virginians Party? Throughout them 4 years when people were coming to me, not one man jack vote for the Virginians Party. And I said, well, how them get in? If all them people coming to me and them say, we know them, we know them people, we know them, well, how them get in? How they get in? So the point I am making is that we have to make the right decisions. That is the way to do it. So we can't come and try to conflate and gerrymander and fix up the system to absolve us of our responsibility to vote responsibly. If you don't want somebody to be premier, don't vote for that large. Simple. If you look at the political history of this country, no government ever won the government with getting no at large. If you don't get no at large, you can't win no government. So you have 5 votes. You have 5 votes. Use your votes wisely. If you're having problems with a premier, talk to your at-large candidates, representatives. Let them know your concerns. They are to put pressure on the premier to do better. When the time comes for voting, if the thing ain't improve, don't vote for them. Don't vote for them. And if you don't vote for them, the premier can't be a premier. But what we end up doing in the country, which we have to do better, we have to put the country first. We have to put the country first. When you're voting, you have to look for people who you know could align with what your views are for the country, and who you know have the competencies and the experience and other things to make the thing work. But all we see, Mr. Speaker, we're too political. We are too political in the BVI. All we see is colors. And then we go do strictness. And then want now to come back and turn up the system upside down, rather than us doing what we are supposed to do in terms of making the right choices. We have to do better. Start to take relevant things into consideration when you're voting for people. And stop listening to irrelevant things. Stop seeing colors and see country. That is the way, Mr. Speaker, that you address the issue. Voting for the Premier at large and Deputy Premier at large, that's not helpful. What if you get somebody, for instance, the age of adult suffrage is what? You got to hold 18, right? But you got to be 21 to run based on the Constitution. Right? Correct. If you get a 21-year-old, not that a 21-year-old can't do the job, I'm not saying that, but follow the example. You get a 21-year-old who is extremely popular. He used to play in a band. Very popular. And everybody come vote for him. You're going to make it the Premier? At 21? No experience, didn't go to college, do nothing? And we think we're doing good? Again, I'm not saying that can't happen. But what did the child... You could allow certain things... You get the point I'm making? Just because the person at large? Not because you're at large means you could do. So we have to be careful. If we have the right recipe, yes, it can work. But I don't think, Mr. Speaker, that we're doing the right thing as it relates to this one, even though, as I said, I clearly understand what is in the minds of voters when they say things like this. At the end of it, they're saying they want the Premier to be more accountable to the entire country and not just to a district that elected him or elected her. And we have to find a way to ease the people's mind on this particular point. So I can't support that. I know there were two models. In my view, none of them could work. Because you're going to end up with a very chaotic situation. Recommendation number 12, fixed House of Assembly schedule. In the interest of parliamentary democracy, transparency, good governance and accountability efforts should be made through the standing orders to improve the scheduling of government business. By A, setting and publishing calendar, setting out when the HOA can be expected to meet. I agree with that. As far as it's practicable, we ought to do that. Because that, again, of course, helps people to decide and know when the House of Assembly will be meeting, and so they could adjust themselves accordingly to understand what business is being conducted on their behalf. B, allow members of the House of Assembly adequate time to review legislation and prepare for sittings. I think, by and large, most times we have this. But again, here is where a bicameral system could help us in terms of making sure that we perfect the laws. C, providing members of the House of Assembly and the public with adequate notice of the agenda for a sitting of the House of Assembly. I think that is also very important. And those of us who are members of the House also have an obligation to also make sure that we share the information with our constituents. And D, providing members of the House of Assembly and the public with sufficient advance notice of any changes to the schedule and or the agenda. So certainly, I do agree with recommendation 12 in relation to the fixed House of Assembly schedule as far as practicable, because of course, even if you do it, you might make some changes, but by and large, at least we have an indication as to when we'll be meeting, and so the public can also know when they could chime in. Recommendation 19, the Human Rights Commission. A, the Constitution should be amended in Section 34(1) to make for the establishment of the Human Rights Commission, and mandatory Human Rights Commission should be established with dispatch. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the terrible failings, Madam Speaker, one of the terrible failings that run across both administrations, NDP and VIP. And it is one of the things that if I was them in England, when you come up there for the review, and this ain't passed, I will say to you clearly, well, you want more autonomy, you want more this, you want more that, and you think them in the other constitution, you ain't even finishing them yet? A Human Rights Commission and the Human Rights Act and everything, we need to get the commission in place. We need to get the act in place. This thing been going around from God knows how long. I can recall, Madam Speaker, I can recall the Human Rights Act came to this House back in our term. The last time it came, it was in 2018, minutes before the 2019 elections. It came twice. It was brought by the Attorney General. As useless as some of them say the AG is, the AG has to be the one to bring that act. The AG at the time brought the act the bill two times. And the two times, shamefully, even a government that I was a part of, I got up the two times to second the bill with the AG because I understand the importance of it. You cannot have a human rights chapter in the Constitution and people cannot access those rights properly. It is wrong. And we are claiming that we are sophisticated democracy and the simple rudimentary things we don't have in place. If the ordinary person wants to utilize the rights available to them, it's the courthouse they got to go. The courthouse. And the magistrates court don't hear human rights breaches. You got to go to the High Court. You got to find $20,000 to go pay a lawyer to go to the High Court to draft up documents for you. And you have a Human Rights Commission that you need to have in place, and we don't have it in place. So the absence of the commission and the whole structure, the whole construct is tantamount to a denial of giving people their human rights afforded to them in the Constitution. And we have to move forward and get these things done, Madam Speaker. We saw the abuses during COVID. During COVID, we saw it. People are being told, oh, if you don't take the COVID vaccine, you can't go walk. That's a human right breach. But people had nowhere to go. So some of the poor people who didn't want to take the COVID vaccine, they had to go take the vaccine so they could walk. How you could tell me if you don't stick me in my hand, I can't feed my family? And I have nowhere to go. And even after that experience, we're still here. COVID gone 4 years now. And we still here don't have this in place. We should be ashamed. We need to get the thing in place so that people can have access to a remedy when their rights are abrogated. It's all part of being a sophisticated democracy that we hold ourselves out to be. And as we move on and we talk about independence and self-determination, that is about building institutions. Because that is how it's going to work. That people have somewhere that they can go where they have redress on issues. So I want to see us, Madam Speaker, move with this. So recommendation 19. has my full support. Full support, Madam Speaker. Recommendation 23, the powers that need to be reserved to the governor. And I will start by reading some of the very important information. For context. The governor has 3 sets of powers in our Constitution. He has devolved powers, which it says here, in terms of reference, speak about them. In terms of devolved powers are areas of the governor's special responsibilities under Section 60. External affairs, defense, internal security, courts, terms and conditions of the public service that may or have been delegated by the governor to a minister. B, areas in which local government and legislature have competence. He has reserved powers, and we speak about the powers under Section 81 to declare a bill or motion passed or carried respectively, where he considers it urgent, necessary for the purpose of complying with any international obligation, and C, and B, constitutional powers granted to the governor to act in his or her own discretion. And then you have special responsibilities that under written directions he can refer through letters of entrustment from the UK. He can delegate to a minister the conduct of regional external affairs, such as matters relating to CARICOM, the OECS, and other regional organizations or institutions. Relating to the USVI, matters relating to tourism, taxation, financial services, and EU matters. And a specific comment on this topic from a member of the public suggested the need to add the relationship with Puerto Rico to the list of matters delegated by entrustment, which I agree certainly with. And it goes on to speak about statement of partnership, which is important, I believe, because there are some areas in the government where there's a shared responsibility between the governor and the minister. Health is one of them. We saw that through the COVID exercise. Again, it's referenced here. The prison is also one of those situations where there's a shared responsibility between the governor and the minister. And I do agree that a statement of partnership outlining certain things is very important. And of course, it's important as well that whatever statement of partnership is arrived at, that both parties stick to it and respect it. Because as was also stated here, the way that certain disputes are resolved when the governor and ministers are involved is through the Secretary of State. It is not an objective approach. The commission is quite right. You may have a minister or even a premier who don't know the Secretary of State, have no conversation with him, have no connection with him, and you got a governor who talking to you every day. Who do you think you're going to believe when time comes? That is not even handed. So that statement of partnership, of course, needs to go. Needs to be in place. But there's some other things, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, that I have to talk about. And it says, turning to the reserved powers. Throughout the Constitution, there are examples where there is reserved to the governor authority to exercise a power without the need to consult or otherwise refer to any person. In other words, the governor is clothed with authority in such cases to act in his or her own discretion. That has to stop. That has to stop. The same way ministers should not act in their own discretion, the governor should not be allowed to do that either. That is not consistent with the level, the parliamentary democracy that we're trying to build, the maturity that we're trying to build. And it certainly is not consistent with the tenets of good governance, transparency, and accountability. If you're carrying out a public function, there must be transparency. You can't be acting in your own discretion. And how are you exercising that discretion? What are the factors that you are taking into consideration when exercising that discretion? Because some people believe when you have discretion, it means you do what you want. No. It's an implied term that the discretion must be exercised justly and fairly. It just can't be in terms of what it is you want to do. So we have to address that. One such power, the governor's reserved legislative power under Section 81 of the Constitution, drew heavy criticism during the consultation process. At the core of the issue is a dual prolonged dilemma of A, the governor being able to declare that such laws should have effect as if they had been passed or carried out in the House of Assembly in certain cases, coupled with B, a provision in the Constitution that appears to oust the jurisdiction of the court from questioning the degree of consultation undertaken by the governor. The first one, A, the governor being able to declare that such law shall have effect as if they were passed or carried out in the House of Assembly. Not in a modern democracy. Not in a modern democracy. This is not the colonial times. There's a House of Assembly in place, and there is a manner and form of legislation. Right? In the UK, it's the Lower Parliament, House of Lords, and the Royal Assent. We don't have an upper parliament here. So it is a regular parliament and the Royal Assent. And the House of Assembly has the responsibility to pass laws. The governor gives the royal assent on behalf of His Majesty. He should not be able to make any laws affecting the territory of the Virgin Islands. He has the right to not assent to it, which is his royal prerogative, but to usurp the authority of the House of Assembly, even if it is matters of an international nature, that should not happen. So we have to make sure in the constitutional review that this is addressed. And a provision in the Constitution that appears to oust the court. In law, you call them ouster clauses, where you're basically saying that no matter what the person does, it cannot be looked into by any court of law. We can't have that. It should not have been there in the first place. We cannot have that happening. We can't have that happening. The court must be able to look at your decisions. You can't oust the jurisdiction of the court. We can't. Not in the 21st century. So those are things, Madam Speaker, that we have to look at. Another such power is the discretionary power granted to the governor in Section 103 of the Constitution to withdraw money from the consolidated fund to enable the discharge of his or her responsibility. This one here gave me in some trouble. Because you have some governors here, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. And I'm talking not for our sake. I'm talking for the people who understand. What you see with some of them governors sometimes is not what is. They behave nice. They kiss baby. Them carry gift all over the place. Outside of you. And we say, oh, lovely governor, he's so nice. Nice? If you understand some of the things and the pressures that ministers are under in cabinet. In cabinet. I recall one who dipped his hand in the consolidated fund not too long ago. Every man was afraid to call you out, but I call you out. And he never said another word to me again. But you should not have such a power. You should not have such a power. There's a minister of finance. There's a minister of finance. And that minister of finance must also understand that there's a power sharing arrangement between him and the governor, between the government and the governor. And in the best interest of the people at this time, We have to work together. So if the governor needs something genuinely for the police, for security, any of the things that are under his responsibility, once the monies are available, you should advance the monies to the governor. You should advance the monies for the governor for the time he's here. But if for some reason you don't do it, the governor should have the right to put his hand in the consolidated fund and take out what he wants for his own thing. We can't do that. We can't do that. We have to try to find a way to strike the right balance in terms of the relationship, but nobody should have that power to be able to arbitrarily go to the financial secretary or write the treasury and be able to get money like that. I don't think that's what we want to do. So we have to try our best to make sure we address that. During the consultation process, a suggestion was made that there be, at minimum, a constitutional requirement for the governor to consult with the Minister of Finance before exercising this power. But I'm saying no such power should exist at all. Members of the public also noted that the ability of the governor to declare a bill passed to obtain the requisite majority, where the legislature fails to obtain the requisite majority to pass it, is considered a vestige of the territory's colonial past and does not reflect the modern partnership that the UK government touts. What is more, the power is exercisable by the governor in his discretion. Acts within the discretion of the governor are acts relating to his special responsibilities, are exempt from the requirement for consultation with cabinet. However, in the case of the latter, his special responsibilities, the governor is required to consult with the premier. Then even the effect of such consultation is eroded by the ouster clause. So you see what it's saying here? The governor could act and do certain things, even if it says with consultation. If he decides not to consult, then you have no recourse, because nothing that he do can be looked into by the court. And that's why that ouster clause thing has to be addressed. And I believe that we should get at the point where it's not just consultation. Some things will be consultation, others will be acting on the advice of. We got to move to that point. Nobody elected the governor. And if we're concerned about direct democracy, if we're concerned about people having a greater say in the running of the country, the way our model is structured, people do that through their representatives. And so we have got to make sure that when we go into this constitutional review, that these are some of the things that should be on our minds. Of the other areas of the governor's special responsibility, the subject of the public service was mentioned as a subject that should be devolved to a minister. When queried further about how the public service would be insulated from political interference, the response invariably was that this could be done through the use of a board or commission, which would have its members appointed by the governor. Now, if you have a commission that has the board, the members appointed by the governor, it's almost the same as having the governor. Because who appoints, disappoints. I think the premier alluded to a thought that was in my mind about the cabinet secretary and expanding the role of the cabinet secretary. That could be one that could be considered. Or civil service be placed under a minister with the requisite safeguards in place to make people feel comfortable, that they won't be victimized, because that is what is at the top of people's minds. The civil service is under a minister who I did not support. He or she knows I did not support her, and so he uses his position to stymie my growth. It's a real issue that people have. And it is one, again, another clarion call to us to do better, to be transparent in what we do. to be accountable in what we do, to be politically mature. Everybody ain't gonna vote for you. Everybody ain't gonna vote for you. You can't get all the votes in a district, and nobody else don't get none. You're gonna have people who do not support you. But not because somebody does not support you means that you're going to do things to stymie their growth or keep them back. And unfortunately, there are too many experiences of that happening here. And that is why the public, when it comes to these kind of topics, are concerned about the powers coming into the hands of ministers. So even as I advocate for it to happen, I also say to us, those of us who exercise executive powers, to do so fairly and to do so justly. So the recommendation 23, powers reserved to the governor, it says, A, relations with Puerto Rico should be added to the list of relationships with the VI which would be covered by letters of entrustment. I agree with that entirely. I agree with that entirely. That the ouster clause at section 46 should be removed. I agree with that entirely. The statement of partnership, setting out briefly the basic principles and guidance to be followed by the governor and minister to avert and resolve disputes, should be considered for adoption outside the framework of the written constitution. I agree with that. There should be a written requirement for consultation with the Minister of Finance prior to the exercise of the power under Section 103 to withdraw monies from the Consolidated Fund. I am saying no such power should exist. And E, Section 81(6) of the Constitution should be amended to require the governor to consult with the premier prior to exercise of his discretion. I can't find a stronger word for consult, but I think what will happen here, or what should happen, is of course the ouster clause. I think at some point we'll be able to, at least if he doesn't do things the right way, we should be able to address it. Because I find interestingly, somewhere in the document, I have to read it again, maybe when I get to the point, it speaks about the premier's powers in terms of removing a minister. And it speaks about the premier, they want to put in a section that says that he must act in the best interest of the country. And I believe that that is put there so that it can be challenged. You shouldn't be able to arbitrarily get rid of a minister because she ain't gonna vote for you when a vote of no confidence comes. That can't be no reason to remove a minister. That's just wrong. No. And so that person should have been able, in the Constitution, to put you to the task to say why you remove me. Because you should act in the best interest of the country, not yourself. And so similar things I want to see happen here with the governor. You can't just use your own discretion. We can't do things, Madam Speaker, in that way. At least I won't support things being done that way. Recommendation 27, the appointment or election of a speaker. It goes on to state the position of the speaker in terms of appointment. And we know under the Constitution that, I think it's section 69, it states that the speaker could be chosen from members who are elected or chosen outside. And the recommendations under 27 about the appointment of the speaker, it says the commission therefore recommends that there be no change made to the current language in 66(3) of the Constitution, which allows the Speaker to be elected from outside the House of Assembly. B, I agree with that. B, it should be a requirement for any speaker even where one is chosen from amongst members, to be politically neutral and impartial, and that such neutrality and impartiality must be demonstrated, amongst other things, by the requirement to resign from any political affiliation. But reality of it, you're dealing with human beings. I don't know how much that will change anything, because even if you resign, you could still have your own political leanings. But I understand what is trying to be done. This would be consistent with the Westminster model that is currently followed in the territory. However, such a requirement is more appropriate for inclusion in the rules and procedures of the House of Assembly rather than the Constitution. But one of the things, Madam Speaker, that I believe strongly should be risen to the level of the Constitution in relation to the Speaker is how the Speaker is removed. Because that, to me, is the most important part of the neutrality that you're looking, the independence that you're looking. The Speaker is elected by a simple majority of the House, meaning the government side alone could vote for the Speaker and the person becomes Speaker. The Speaker should not be removed from the House by a simple majority, because that turns the whole principle of impartiality squarely on its head. Because who appoints can disappoint. When a day comes, when you make a decision that they don't like, them go in the back room and say he or she got to go. They come back, then pass their motion or whatever they got to pass, and Speaker gone for doing his or her job. In a sophisticated democracy, which we want to be, I am submitting that we consider a supermajority to remove the Speaker. At least 75% of the members, which means then that you must have persons from the opposition and persons from the government agreeing to the tune of 75% that the Speaker got to go. That will happen. You will have those things happen from time to time. In an 11 to 2, yes, it can happen. You know, you can just have a remove just simply like that. But you'll still require the 75%. Now, in a case like what we have now, you have a different, because of how the House is constituted, it provides more safeguard for a Speaker. Doesn't adequately address it, but it provides more of a safeguard than what we have currently. And I want to submit that we seriously consider doing that. Recommendation 30, the proper relationship between ministers and their departments. It says here that this term of reference attracted a number of helpful comments from top managers of the public service and the Commission is indebted to many of them who replied. Some of their contributions are acknowledged more specifically later on in the report. From a constitutional standpoint, the Commission made only a small observation that it wishes to have addressed. In section 56(5) of the Constitution, where reference is made to a minister being assigned responsibility for the administration of a department, the section states that the minister shall exercise direction and control over that department. Other Commonwealth constitutions that have similar language all refer instead to general directions and control. The Commission is of the view that the small amendment should be made for the sake of consistency, particularly as a jurisdiction may benefit from judicial dicta or rulings on the standard version on the phrase. Now, I agree with the suggestion being made by the Commission, but I don't agree with it for the reason that they gave, because there are judicial rulings out there that we can utilize. That's not the reason in my mind. And I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, during the time that I was a minister, I never had no trouble with nobody in my office. None. I hear some of them complaining about the civil service. I cannot honestly say, as minister, I had any trouble with my permanent secretary, none of the senior officers, none whatsoever. We have had situations, yes, where we have a different view and we duke it out, and you duke it out intelligently. But I've never had those challenges. Never. I think you have to go into those jobs understanding there's a power sharing arrangement between the minister and the permanent secretary. That has to be the first thing in your mind. A minister is a bird of passage. The permanent secretary, as the word implies, permanent is there. You find a way to work together in the interest of the country. Everybody knows that the minister is the minister. You gotta keep saying I'm the minister. Everybody know. Why would you want to get into the, and that's a part of the problem some of the ministers are having. You want to get into the weeds too much, down into every little thing in the ministry. That can cause confusion. You're a minister. Your policy, you make sure that when you give out the directions and the thing them follow, put the deadlines on them. Call your meetings back. I want to know where you are with X, Y, and Z. Why is X, Y, Z taking so long? Why? And if you want to get, if I was a public servant, you know, I'll tell somebody, you want to run the whole ministry, be the accounting officer. I bet I run. Because that is where the power sharing part is. You want to have specific directions over everything in the ministry, but somebody got to account for it when trouble comes. The accounting officer position has to be respected. And so I believe in terms of general directions and policy things. And then you check to make sure that, because your job is to make sure that what you promise the people on the campaign in your manifesto is what happens, you know. That's your job. Not to go down to every level and do and be so caught up in the ministry that you're tripping up the permanent secretary. So that's why I'm saying the power sharing arrangement is important. No, that doesn't mean you must neglect your job and don't go to work, you know. That ain't what I'm telling you at all. I'm saying to understand what your role is, and both parties work together to execute what needs to be executed. So I must say, contrary to what thoughts might be for some, I agree with the changing of the language. I also mentioned earlier, and that's fine, you don't have to agree, nobody have to agree. Everybody got a chance to say what they have to say. So that's what a democracy is about. I also wanted to raise the point, at this point, in terms of public servants. It's time that we allow public officers to run for elected office. What are we afraid of? Find a mechanism for it. And I believe if one of those public officers was to carry us to court for breach of the constitutional rights, they could win. Because I think there was a case in Barbados on that. Why, if I want to represent my country, I got to resign from my job? Why? Why? I can't see the sense in it. No, you have to work out the dynamics. Because if I have a permanent secretary who ran an election and come back and expect to be my permanent secretary, it can't happen. But you can come back in the service in another position with all your whatever you had intact. But we need to make sure that we get the biggest and brightest brains in the country. And the civil service have most of those. But those people can't run. Even to come to a political rally, them got to be ducking, hiding. Them can't go under the tent, go sit down. Your spouse running for election and you can't go under the tent to clap. And we think that makes sense. And we think that doing that, if they come, what difference it make? If they come to the rally or they stay home, what difference does it make? Everybody got their own political leanings. So I'm saying, Madam Speaker, we got to move past some of these things. What I don't agree, and what has me curious about certain things in the recommendations, the ministers should deal only with the permanent secretaries and no other public servants in the ministries without the knowledge of the permanent secretary. How that make it way inside a report like this? I am a minister and I can only talk to the permanent secretary alone? What? So I go in there and I talk to one person. I got one worker. That don't make no sense. That makes no sense. The minister and the permanent secretary have to find a way, yes, to work together. But if I assign something to somebody in the ministry to get done, I should be able to follow up with the person to get it done. I must go talk to the permanent secretary to talk to somebody in my office. That's not what I just said. There's a I want you to start to understand what I say. Well, you said that. I didn't say. No. I spoke. I'm going to clarify for my colleague, Madam Speaker. I spoke about general directions, not the minister getting caught up in every single small detail in the ministry. There are people who have responsibility to do certain things. But that does not mean that you can't talk to somebody or you can't delegate something to somebody else. You have senior officers in your ministry. You might have a permanent secretary, you have a deputy secretary, you have an assistant secretary. You should be able to speak to your staff. But of course, be mindful that the permanent secretary has certain roles. That's why I'm saying the power sharing is important. But to suggest that the minister should only talk to the permanent secretary alone as his head, that made me almost want to change my mind on the specific direction thing. Because it sounds like something fishy going on here. I ain't changing my mind. The other thing, Madam Speaker, that I found interesting, and I could not understand how it make it way in a report. Who type it? You can't type everything that come in front of you. Look at this part here, Madam Speaker, the D. 180. Further consideration should be given to whether the minister actually sits in the ministry or where he's supposed to sit on. No, I read the, look, let me tell you something. When I speak, let me tell you something about me. Don't give me something if you want me to read it. So when I talk, I have read this. So don't think that I just seen this for the first time. Right? But, oh, you meant in terms of where the minister will go? No, you got to understand it. No, you can understand. I'll explain it to you over lunch. Explain it over lunch. But this point here, the minister must sit somewhere else. So, when I read it, Madam Speaker, I did think, well, who he going to be down there with? First of all, where he going? And who going to be there with the minister? He and who? Because the PS will have to be where the staff is. And the minister somewhere up Sage Mountain. He and the private secretary alone up there. The meeting nobody to talk to. I mean, really, we got to be realistic. And that's why it's important that there has to be the recognition of a power sharing arrangement between the two entities. We can't have that. And I love the commission very much. I love the members. They're very nice people. But sometimes when people write things and tell her, I got to tell them to write this, right? And don't put them in a book. You got to tell them nicely. I put it that way, but tell them, nice suggestion, but we can't put it here. Because this should not have made its way, Madam Speaker, in the document. Madam Speaker, recommendation 31. Speak about next steps towards self-determination. And Madam Speaker, I appreciate the position of the Commission in how they handle this information, obviously, based on the reports that came in from the public. And it says here that several of the recommendations made throughout the report advance the VIs towards increased self-determination. The Commission additionally recommends that the following next step towards self-determination should be considered. Education. And it goes on to read it, to speak about what it means by education. Now, Madam Speaker, I have been one of the persons in this House at the top of my voice. And I know, Madam Speaker, some while back, probably about twice, during lunch we had some heated debates on the issue of independence and self-determination. You weren't part of it. It was me cussing some of them about the way in which the approach is being taken with the independence and the self-determination issue. And I am glad that the report have captured the views of the people of the country. Madam Speaker, there is an inherent right to self-determination. All peoples have that right to self-determination, including us. And there are different forms of self-determination. Some say 3, but it's really 4. We have independence, which is one form, that we turn around in this House, which is what we're doing. You see, the recommendation speaks about education, but we are doing some miseducating inside the House. Because we are using self-determination and independence as if they're synonyms. They're not. Independence is a form of self-determination. That is where the education process starts. We have to educate ourselves first on the process, and then educate people. Self-determination, you could have it in the form of independence. You could have it in the form of a free association. You could have it in the form of being subsumed into another existing country. And the fourth one is any other form that the people agree to. So it's pretty much your decision as a people what form of self-determination you want. Well, when your time comes, you could speak. When your time comes, you could speak. But that is what I know to be the facts. I know that to be the facts. In any event, when you get your chance, Premier, Madam Speaker, the Premier kind of disturbing me. When you get 2 bites of the cherry, just make a little note down there, and when you come back, you could speak about it if you want. Right? It doesn't make you right, but you could still rebut on it. Okay? There's no problem there. But the education component, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, is the part that we have not been doing a good job at. We call for independence in the back of our minds a lot of times when you hear people talk about it, those in power. And I'm not just talking about this House of Assembly, so don't take it as just you. Whenever the governor or the UK becomes a problem, whenever they do something we don't want them to do, we get into a tussle and a fight with them, the independence talk comes up. And I understand the frustrations, but that can't be the reason for independence. First of all, the people have to decide what form of self-determination they want before we jump to independence. And we have picked up independence for the people without hearing what they want for their country. So we're on this independence push, totally surpassing the wishes of the people and the options that are available to them, and that is wrong. The litmus test for further self-determination or independence, if that is the case, has got to be that we are at the point of political and economic maturity to the extent that we can manage our own affairs. Independence, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I don't understand. I sat down quietly while the government was talking.
Members, please let's be respectful.
Yeah, let them be respectful. When I was saying things that they like, they were there clapping, yeah, yeah. Now I was saying things that they don't like, them belly hurting them. I relax myself. Take it easy. Take it easy. The litmus test has got to be that you are at the point of political and economic maturity to the extent that you can manage your own affairs. Now, Madam Speaker, that is a decision that the people of the country have to make. And we, those of us who are elected officials, who want to move to this point, who might have a better vision or understanding that yes, we should get there. You can't get there on your own. You need the people to move along with you. And it goes back to the whole issue of trust and transparency and openness. Those are the things that we have to work on. Those are the things that we have to work on. Those are all things that come under the educational perspective. We just seem to want to drag the people and they're not happy. And you see, that's the problem. People not understanding what you're saying. Because I ain't singing the same tune, the same way you're singing. Madam Speaker, I'm being disturbed. I don't understand what I'm going to sit down and let them get up and talk. Because you look at they want to talk.
Honorable, continue.
Madam Speaker, can you ask these two gentlemen to just be respectful? They had their chance to speak. Just let me speak. It's a hot topic. You have your chance to speak. I respect your views, respect mine. You want to go independent so that I can't talk my mind? I should need your permission for that. Let me speak my mind. Hear what I'm saying to you. Right? You have...
Members, if we continue this, I'll take a break.
You
Please
have to educate the public. And the independence should be about us, not about Britain. Because they're going to say in whether we go independent or not. That is not for them. Too much focus is being placed on them. We have a right to self-determination in our own right. Let us do the things to get our people on board with us to get to where we need to get to. No, there's some issues that the people have. There's some issues that the people have. And when you come and you start to speak about self-determination and independence, people ain't got a mental bandwidth to study you with your conversation. Because they are busy trying to make ends meet every day. And you come with your highfalutin conversation and people can't buy bread. You come with your highfalutin conversation when I go home to bed, I can't get no water. You come with your highfalutin conversation when I go to the supermarket with $100, I can only get a couple of items and turn off, and then next week I ain't got no money to come back again. You want to talk about your highfalutin conversation when I ain't got a job? People have a right to self-determination. The right exists. But the issue is getting people to exercise that right in the current atmosphere. We have to pay attention to it. And whether people are right or wrong in how they perceive it is irrelevant. It is how they perceive it. And part of your strategy, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, them two here again. If you take a break, Madam Speaker, it's another 2 hours are going for you, so that it's in the best interest to keep quiet. They're behaving like independence belongs to them and TORTOLA belongs to them, that nobody else can talk. No, but stop it. I sat down and I listened to you debate. I'm speaking on a topic. Let me speak my views. speak my views, let me speak my mind. Be respectful, man. Because what troubles me the most is that you have leaders who want to carry you somewhere, but they mean telling you what is going on. Believe that everybody understands. And that's the point I'm making. I ain't saying that I am against independence. You never hear me say those words. You've never heard me say those words. But I understand, Madam Speaker. I have thought about it enough to understand where the blockage is in getting there. And that is what some people can't understand. I even hear some of them with the argument, oh, we shouldn't have a referendum. Some people saying that. Some people saying that. You cannot take people to independence or anywhere else without a referendum to hear what their views are. We can't entertain that kind of conversation. People have questions that you have to discharge those questions. Some of the questions, people are concerned about the economy. You have to allay those fears on the economy. As stupid as some of it may sound to some of you, you have to listen to what people are saying and quell the concerns that they have. To ignore the concerns and act as if it's stupidness, you're not going to get anywhere. You have to address the concerns that people have. People are concerned as simple about the U.S. economy. Down the other day I was down Seacoast Bay. Right down there. No, I didn't go there. People are, you know what an elderly person asked me? Well, Myron, if we go independent, what money are we going to use? She said, the U.S. going to let us use them dollar? Now, as simple as that might sound to you, it is something that is important on that person's mind. You can't be so arrogant. You cannot be so arrogant to not consider what people are saying. Another thing that people have raised to me, as simple matter as this. We have a British passport, a UK passport, that allows us to go almost anywhere in the world. If we cut the ties, you got to go down Barbados, go line up down there. Those are things on people's mind. Figure that out, how you're going to get past that. Stop being arrogant. Stop the arrogance. Listen to people. Listen to people. I had a lawyer who called me and spoke with me on the issue as well of independence. And you know what she raised with me? An eye-opener. Myron, do you think that do you think it's an accident that the countries that do well in financial services are overseas territories? She said, the underpinning of our financial services is the jurisdictional authority of the courts that people can rely on, the principle of stare decisis. And that's a learned attorney. Now, whether or not the person is wrong is not the issue. I want you to understand what I'm saying, because it seems as if there's a blockage somewhere. Understand the point that I'm making. The point is not whether what they say is true or not. That is not the point. The point is you have to allay those fears and concerns to get people on board to go where you want to go. You cannot be that arrogant because you know. You think that everybody knows. And that's the problem we're having. Address, sit down, be disciplined. Find out what the concerns are for people. Come up with a strategy to address those concerns so that people can see that the concerns are not real concerns, that we have these thoughts. We have considered it. But we seem to want to be hauling the people full speed behind the bus. They mean trust us, first of all. You don't go anywhere behind it by your own trust. You don't think you need to fix the trust? Who will follow you anywhere to any independence and mean trust are you? Work on those things. That's what the people are saying in the document. We are concerned about transparency, openness. Fix those, demonstrate to people that we can be trusted to go here. We have the right to go there if we want to go there. Nobody's taking that right from us. It's an inherent right that belongs to us. But the biggest impediment of getting there in Britain, the biggest impediment is our own people. Because as the preamble says, they are the administrating power for the time being. So that preamble alone tells you that you ain't here forever with us. You're here at the behest of the people of the Virgin Islands. But we want to get the people of the Virgin Islands in a particular direction, to just know confidently that we can do this thing on our own. We have to address the concerns that the people of the Virgin Islands have and stop the arrogance. Or it's when a referendum coming on be I alone voting, and I gonna be shame. Fix the things that need to be fixed to get the people with you. That's what I'm saying. You're going to find out. Call a referendum. I bet I get shame. Call it. I'm not against it. That's why you're not understanding. Because I'm not singing the same tune the same way you think I am against it. I am seeing what you refuse to see because you're blinded by arrogance. Not listening to people. Which is the same thing that people have said in the report. But Madam Speaker, as we move on to independence, if it's that, or greater determination, Madam Speaker, there is something called nation building. There's something called nation building. Because if you're going to be independent, if that is what we determine to go, if that's what the people say they want, because again, there are four forms. If the people decide that's where they want to go, nation building has got to be an important key of being successful. And nation building will cause us to confront certain things about ourselves that we are not doing well. That we are not doing well. I have a letter here that was sent to me and to other members of the House. And I'm going to read it. I don't know, it has a lot of signatures on it. I don't know who signed it. But I don't care about those things. What I'm concerned about is whether the content of the stuff is truthful or not. That's what I'm concerned about. I don't get into them. When I get into that, you get confused and you miss the points. I don't get into that. I don't care. I even look at the signature then. It says here, request for review of Section 65 2B of the Virgin Islands Constitutional Order. Madam Speaker, you got it? You ever saw this letter? You have your, you got it? Can I borrow yours? So the speaker, good. Madam Speaker, you want to follow me on it? I know we're not in the court, but I want you to follow. Section 65 speaks about qualification for elected membership of the existing constitution, and 2B in particular. But this is what the letter is saying. It says, we write as a collective of young Virgin Islanders ages 19 to 42, who were born and educated in the Virgin Islands, and who regard these islands as our only home. AG, you got it? We note with concern that the issue of qualifications for elected membership, particularly the exclusion created by Section 65 2B, was not included in the terms of reference to the Constitutional Reviews Commission report. It is our respectful view that this omission risks leaving unresolved a matter of profound importance for fairness, identity, and equal participation in the political life of our country. Section 65(1)(b)(1) requires that a person be a Virgin Islander to qualify for elected membership. However, Section 65(2)(b) restricts this status to a person born in the Virgin Islands of a father or mother who at the time of their birth belonged to the Virgin Islands by birth or descent. The effect is that those of us born in the Virgin Islands to parents who were not yet belongers by birth or descent are constitutionally barred from seeking elected office regardless of our birthright in this territory. We respectfully submit that this constitutional bar of Section 65(2)(b) creates a paradox that excludes an entire generation of Virgin Islanders who identify with no other homeland and produces the effect of second-class citizenship. It creates a class of individuals who, although Virgin Islanders by birth, are denied equal participation in the political life of the territory. This exclusion is not only inconsistent with the modern principles of fairness, inclusion, and equal opportunity, but also with regional and international human rights standards, as the UN Human Rights Committee, in its authoritative General Comment number 25, 1996, affirmed in paragraph 15 that persons who are otherwise eligible to stand for election should not be excluded by unreasonable or discriminatory requirements such as restrictions based on descent. The inconsistency is further underscored by Section 65(4)(a), which provides that a person, whether born in or outside the Virgin Islands, who would otherwise be qualified, shall not be so qualified unless A, where that person has never been domiciled in the Virgin Islands, or he or she has resided in the Virgin Islands for at least 5 years immediately before the date of his or her nomination for election. In other words, an individual who was born and raised entirely outside the Virgin Islands and who has never been domiciled here may nonetheless qualify for elected office after residing in the territory for 5 years. By contrast, those of us who were born here, nurtured here, and are loyal to no other homeland remain excluded simply because our parents were not belongers by birth or descent at the time of our birth. This contradiction is inequitable and irreconcilable with the principles of fairness and equal treatment that a modern constitution ought to embody. The government of the Virgin Islands has consistently and commendedly invested in our development, having provided many of us with access to quality public education, and in numerous cases, scholarships to pursue tertiary education abroad. Yet, despite this investment in its own human capital, the territory is constitutionally deprived of the opportunity to reap the full benefit of our service, ideas, and leadership. Equally troubling is the fact that this exclusion does not reflect the modern Virgin Islands that exist today, a territory enriched by multiple cultures and nationalities where many families of diverse backgrounds call these islands home. If the intent of the 2007 Constitution was to preserve only Virgin Islanders in elected office, immigration policy should have been aligned with that intent. Instead, demographic realities have made it increasingly difficult to find a full Virgin Islander by ancestry and lineage alone. The restriction, therefore, is not only impractical, but also incompatible with the inclusive, multicultural society that the Virgin Islands has become. While we appreciate that these provisions may have been intended to preserve Virgin Islands' identity, in practice, they disenfranchise persons who are undeniably Virgin Islanders in every meaningful sense, by birth, by culture, and by allegiance. They deny us equal standing in the political life of the territory we love, and to which we remain steadfastly committed. As the territory undergoes its review of the Constitution, we urge you to champion a review of Section 65 with a view to amending the constitutional qualifications for elected membership to ensure that Virgin Islanders born in this territory, regardless of parental belonger status, are recognized as full and rightful stakeholders in its governance. Such reform would not erode Virgin Islands' identity, but rather affirm it. by ensuring that all who are born here and who have lived, learned, and contributed here may participate equally in shaping the territory's future. We remain proud of our Virgin Islands heritage, proud of the values instilled in us through its institutions, and proud of the future we know we can help shape. Our only request is that the law be brought into alignment with our lived reality, so that we may serve the Virgin Islands we love without being penalized for circumstances of parentage entirely beyond our control. We trust that you will give this matter the serious consideration it deserves, and that you will lend your voice to advancing a constitutional framework that reflects fairness, inclusiveness, and the best interests of the territory. And it says, respectfully, on behalf of young Virgin Islanders, ages 19 to 42, born in the territory. And it's signed, I see 26 signatures here. Madam Speaker, we talk about self-determination and the independence that is being touted. Nation building is an essential part of of independence and further self-determination. We can't move forward as a people, leaving half of our people behind. And that is something that we have to confront. We have to confront it. We have to confront it. We have to confront it. And that's why I made the comments I made in relation to the preamble. Because we're a diverse community. We're a diverse community. And we can't move forward leaving back half of the people behind of us and think that we're going to be made whole. You leave back half, you're going to be whole. And we don't want to have the conversation. I hear even people on the radio, Madam Speaker, so disrespectful, telling belongers who have been here that if we have a referendum, they would not be able to vote in the referendum. How dare you? Unmitigated gall. How dare you? How dare you? My father and my mother came here in 1963, of blessed memory. 1963. That's 60 odd years ago. If my father was alive, you could tell my father if he having a referendum that he can vote on the referendum, and he been here for nearly 70 years. You're drunk? No. No, we have to confront some of these things. They are harsh things, but you have to confront them if you're going to move forward. However we confront them, but confront them we must. I sat in this house, Madam Speaker, much to my horror. I was so angry. If you cut me, you wouldn't find no blood in me. When we were dealing with the immigration status, I'm here on the top of my voice saying at least give the children residency. At least that. And this house could not give those children residency where they're born. We couldn't bring ourselves to do it. We couldn't bring ourselves to do it. We come up with some concept, say we're going to give you freedom from immigration control, just because they didn't want to give the residency status to those children. And you think that we don't want, and Premier, I have to take you out of it. You wouldn't do it for me, but I will do it for you. You wouldn't do it for me, but I will do it for you to show you how fair I am, Madam Speaker. The Premier was for it. He supported it. That giving the children residency, he supported it. Some of them might get hot with you because I talk, but I can talk in your defense. You supported it. I wasn't here for the committee stage. I wasn't here. And he communicated with me. I have to give him kudos for that. That Myron, people on your own side blocking the thing more than anybody else. Poor you. I mean, he probably should, you know, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, he probably should. Deputy Premier just call me a liar. Say I'm taking Tails out of school. Shouldn't do that. But that's what I mean. You say I'm taking Tails out of school, that means you're calling me a liar. That is what you're doing. But you know what the Premier tell me? But keep out of it. The Premier is happy I did it because...
Honorable, let's get back on track.
Madam Speaker, I don't understand what it... What all is about? What is going on? What is going on, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, if I come back again, they got another 2 hours are going on.
No, Honorable, please continue.
Well, let me...
Honorable Fraser, please.
Honorable Fraser just misbehaving today. I don't know what's wrong with him. But no, don't take it easy. No, don't get in the middle of that. You were over here.
Let's take a break. This House now resumes its sitting. Honorable, please continue.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I thank you so very much, and I promise I'll get to the end very quickly if there's some, a little restraint, because we're debating a bill that is very sensitive, a topic that's very sensitive, and there'll be concerns, but all of us have to try to have, Madam Speaker, some measure of control. I was speaking, Madam Speaker, about the issue of nation building and the importance of us confronting some of the things that could prevent us from being a great nation if we are to move forward with greater self-determination. And I want to see us confront those things and confront those things fairly, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. When I read that letter from those young people between 19 and 42, it struck a chord with me. And I'll tell you why it struck a chord with me, Madam Speaker. I am not someone who could climb up a ladder and kick it down. It's not in my nature to do. If I'm at a particular level, I want everybody, particularly those around me, to excel to the same level. Not me up there and then the rest of them down there. If I was born at a different time, I would have been one of those people. That's why I read that letter out. Because it could have been me had I not been born earlier. And I don't think whether you like me or you hate me, I don't think anybody could say, for the time that I've been in this House of Assembly, that I've not represented the people of the BVI well. There's not whether you like me or hate me, whether you are on my side politically or not. And you have equal potential of persons out there like myself who could be making a contribution, but we have a provision excluding them. It is wrong. And it is time that we address it and confront it. We have to do that, Madam Speaker. We have to try to find a way, whoever the leader is, find a way to pull all the people who call these islands home together. And not just say it out of one side of your mouth because it is good for public discourse. Because some of them just say the thing them for public discourse. But then when they go underneath, it's a different ball game altogether. And so the country becomes poorer because they don't have the full talent pool that's available to move the country forward. And we have to, Madam Speaker, address those issues. But the issue of self-determination, as I've said, we have to put down the arrogance. Have to put it down and start to listen to the concerns of people. Whether the concerns to you are silly or not, it's not the point. How I perceive something is how I internalize it. I am the person, when you have a referendum, you need my signature, you need me to put my X to say yes with you. How can I say yes with you when you blatantly disregard the concerns that are important to me? And then when I speak on behalf of the people, because I move around the place, some of them you don't see them. You hear the people talk, they don't see some of them at all. So when I say something, I know what I'm saying. I know exactly what I'm saying, because I hear it everywhere I turn. People concerned about the state of the country. And in their minds, even in their minds, they're thinking the governor being here provides more layer of protection for them. When in fact, it really doesn't, you know. It doesn't. But in their minds, they see the governor as somebody they could run to when you treat them bad. That's how they interpret it. But we can't ignore it. Even though it might not be so, we can't ignore it. You ignore it at your own peril. We have got to show the people of the country that we can be trusted with the resources of the country. You can trust us with your livelihood. You can trust us to be fair and honest and objective. We have a long ways to go to work. And we got to start doing it. You don't get to jump over that and then tell people, come follow me over here. You don't follow anybody you don't trust. Let us walk on those things. Let us show we can manage the country well. And once you show people you can do things, they'll follow you anywhere. Start the walk. Well, of course, we have the right to independence. That is all right. Britain can't stop us from going independent if we want. So we fight nobody. We fight ourselves, really. And so we got to sober up. Sober up. And listen to what's taking place. Let's sober up. So, Madam Speaker, it speaks of education. It speaks about greater autonomy of governance with greater accountability. That keeps coming up all the time. It speaks about the independent institutions which are tasked with promoting and protecting good governance. And that's why I said, Madam Speaker, the litmus test has got to be you're at the point of political and economic maturity. We have to build up the institutions of the country. People must know that if I have a problem and I go to this agency, that the results going to be the same, whether my last name is Wallowin, whether it's Foy, whether it's Mater, whether it's Fraser, whatever it is, there must be predictability in the system. We got to build up the institutions of the country. And one of the important, we have done some forcibly. Forcibly we have done some. They're on their training wheels. Let's continue to build them. The Human Rights Commission is a major one. We missed that. Let us get the things ready, the things that we know we need to do to get to where we need to get to. So that yes, we can say, yes, we are here because we have put in the work. And you can trust us. Don't put the trust in us, but you can put the trust in the system, that the integrity is built into the system. The recommendation, but I've answered you already. I've given the answer. You're going to tell me what to do. I've answered already. There's no issue about it. We have a right to self-determination. We have a right to independence. I've said that 100 times. But I also understand the impediments that we have to prepare the minds of our people to get there. That's been my argument. And if the government would sit down and listen, you'd have been much further ahead. Listen. Madam Speaker, recommendation 35, Ancestral Virgin Islands, Virgin Islander, the emergence of that new term. And you could find more of it on section 116, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when I read this term, Ancestral Virgin Islander, I find it's a fitting term. I think it's a fitting term. I have no challenges with the terminology. And I will say to you, Madam Speaker, and I've said this in this house before, we have a territory of 30,000 persons plus, where probably a third or less can say that they're ancestral Virgin Islanders. It is something that we must pay attention to. We can't ignore it. It's all human feelings again. If you see the country growing at a rate faster than you can procreate, make children of your own, the country going to change. And so the fears and concerns that ancestral Virgin Islanders have are real, that we have to pay attention to. The question for us now is, how do we properly allay those fears? That is a question that we must confront. How do we allay those fears? Talk can't allay those fears. Putting some of the things in the Constitution, like ancestral Virgin, yes, they can allay some of the fears, at least you feel a level of higher importance, which is fine. But I submit to you, Madam Speaker, I submit to you that strengthening Virgin Islanders economically is how you protect the Virgin Islands. That is how you do it. That is how you do it. I've said it numerous times, and if the government would listen, for 1 second, try to listen to sense. They come in and talk with they have their segregates on the radio talking all kind of stupidness. Yes, the conversation may make you feel good at the end of it, but at the end of it, what does it do? He who controls the economy controls the country and the direction of the country. It is simple maths. Ancestral Virgin Islanders will never be able to have children at the rate at which other people are having them or people are coming into the country. How do you protect Ancestral Virgin Islanders? It is in your economic policies. Sit down and do some work. Make sure you enrich your people. Not wrongfully, but provide opportunities for them. Look at the scholarship programs again. We've gone back, as Honorable Turnbull said. We're giving half a scholarship now. People getting $7,000 as scholarship who come top of the class in high school. We got to look at those things. Start to give scholarship for doctorates. People who want to study the doctorates, include it as well. Build up your people. Make sure that you have proper economic policies that help your people to get to where they need to get to. That is how you do it. But the sad reality of it is, life for many Ancestral Virgin Islanders have declined under this government. I ain't say because of you, but it has happened under you. Even the COI report, when you read that report, the middle class is gone. Completely gone. Completely gone. People lining up to cut bush and clean gut. That was not what BVI landers were about. That was not what it was about. The petty contract system that the same Virgin Islands Party put in place was one of the best things in this country. One of the best things in this country was that. And when the COI come, every man run, couldn't defend something that was so important to help him BVI Islanders to live a quality life. All of them run. Not one stood up. And now the petty contract system that has enriched and helped some of the people in the BVI to send their children to school, to live a proper life, no longer exists. And then we come with cotton bush, cleaning gut. And then you have certain jobs. Every job now, you got to tender for it. And by the process alone, you're cutting out a significant number of our people. And then the same people are going to turn around, this. I for BVI landed. For what? You ain't got a clue what you're talking about. Let that reflect in your policies. That is how you protect Ancestral Virgin Islanders. That is what I want to see. That's what I want to see. You didn't read the document? It's a proposal. Good. So I said I support the proposal. I say I support the proposal. Yes. But I also have another point as well. This indigenous Virgin Islander. Madam Speaker, respectfully, it is absolute foolishness. Respectfully. And we ought not, and that's why I'm playing up the word Ancestral Virgin Islander. None of us are indigenous to the West Indies. Stop the foolishness. We sound like we don't know what we're talking about when we go say them things. When you go, indigenous peoples are the first settlers of some place. They originate in that place. They were there before colonization. They were there before Christopher Columbus. When Christopher Columbus came and he found out black people because we were in Africa. Stop talking foolishness to the place. The Ararats, the Caribs, the Siboneyes, those are the people who are indigenous to this part of the world. The same point the Commission is making about education. We continue to miseducate ourselves and miseducate others. There's no such thing as indigenous Virgin Islander. Ancestral Virgin Islander is a better term, and a more acceptable term, and a more accurate term. And it does the same thing that you want the indigenous indigenous terminology to do. 3 generations? No, but here the point I'm making, I don't mind. You can work through those things. You can work through those things. I'm talking about the terminology. I'm not talking about the substance of it. I'm talking about the terminology. However you want to change the terminology, you can change that in the committee stage. But I'm talking about the use of the terminology. Because we have to make sure that we sound like how we are. We are educated people. Let us sound that way when we say these things. But that is how I want to see. I support the term. I support it strongly. And I want to see it adopted. And I want to see proper policies put in place to address the needs of ancestral Virgin Islanders. That is what I want to see, Madam Speaker. I have 2 more points, Madam Speaker, and then I'll finish. Well, not 2, but 3 or 4. But they're not very long. Recommendation 42, the right to education, special needs, children and persons. I am so ashamed that we even have to think about writing something like that in a constitution. But we should put it in. But a shame we have to put it in. The indictment on this country when it comes to the vulnerable people in our community is not good. It is very bad. It is very, very bad. I have stood in this house at the top of my voice, asking this government for the longest while. There are a number of children who are special needs children. When they leave Eslin Henley Wisher Learning Center, there is nothing for those children to do. You can't hold them down there until they're 24, 25, 26, or until they die. You can't do it. The government needs to do something to help those children. And this is all part of the issue I'm talking about, leaving a significant group of our people behind. I group the whole group together. A country is moving forward, and because I have a special need, you leave me behind? Like I'm a human being? I can't find work? I suggested to the Premier and the Virgin Islands Party government, the same way you do the rated program. Do the same mechanism to give jobs to people with special needs. Come up with a policy that every government department should take on a person with special needs. Of course, subject to their skills and movements. And you pay them through the rated program the same way you do it. How long? Come on, man. Come on. Come on. You got people who are eager want to be a part of the country, and you got them home sitting down just waiting for death. And nobody think that that is wrong and won't do anything about it. It's 2 years of talking about it now. And not a lick. And then we got to put it in the Constitution. So at least that way you can prick your conscience. Maybe prick it when you go in. But if you ain't got no conscience, you ain't got none. And the seniors. So I support it. I support putting in the rights to education and more. Not just right to education alone, and more, and more, and more. The cost to raise a special needs child is probably 3 times the cost to raise a child who don't have those challenges. The government, even Minister of Health, start to put some money, make it mandate it, that a child with special needs, that the family gets support from birth. Every month they collect a check. We could afford it. We could afford it. It is not easy for parents with children with special needs. You have people who have to leave their homeland. You know what people go in England? You ask them, where Tom? Where Mary? Oh, Mary had a special needs child. She had to go to England because to get the support. What nonsense is that? All people are leaving our homeland and going other place to live when they want to be here because we're not paying attention. Give them a stipend to help the parents to take care of the children Most of them got to get caretakers and all kind of manner of things. Change the curriculum down at Eslin Henley. And let part of it be to teach those children how to take care of themselves. Make that a part of the curriculum that you do. Make it very practical. Learn how to cook. Learn how to go to the bank. Learn how to make up your bed. Those things got to be there because some of the children will never come to the point where they'll come to top executive jobs, but they must know how to live. And the greatest fear, Madam Speaker, I know you're tired of hearing me, but I'm going to put it to you. The greatest fear of a parent with a child with special needs is them dying before the child dies. That is the greatest fear. Because if the parent dies, that child will get knocked about. We have to take these things seriously. We have to take them seriously. Teach the children how to teach them how to take care of themselves when they become adults. And put them in employment so they can become independent and be part of this nation we're trying to build. We're building a nation going full speed ahead about independence, and you leave back half the people. And we think we're bright. So I recommend, yes, put in a bit more in it. So I support 42 and more. Recommendation 43, human rights protection for the elderly. And it speaks about a provision specifically for the elderly should be included in the Constitution. Whatever we can do to do better by the elderly, we must do. And if it got to go in the Constitution to make us feel shame and do better, put it in. We don't treat our seniors good in this country. We do not. We almost like a country that have lost our soul when it comes to caring for people. I remember when I came back in the House of Assembly first, I spoke about people sleeping in cars. And somebody laughed at me, Mara, making up story. If I had bad passed down by the park, by Noah Park, 11 o'clock in the night, peep in, and you will see people down there living in the park, have nowhere to go, our own people. Seniors. The seniors cry out and said when you were doing the salary increase for the civil servants, do the same thing for us. Because we have the same issues with cost of living. You got somebody who retired 20 years ago, still living on the same pension for 20 years ago. No? And we don't think something wrong with that? What is wrong with us? You go to social development for help. They come with a list long from here to Rotong. When you reach the roundabout, you're tired. They want to know all your business. Everything. And we are proud people. Sometimes they start to get in your business because you're hiding nothing, but we're just private people. I want nobody up my sauce, up and everything. If you're going to give me the money, give me the money. What you ask me all these questions for? I ain't saying that you must not have your procedure in place, but we're overdoing the thing. And then it takes so long to get a little money. 3-4 months to get the money. And these are our seniors who have built this country, and we seem to be happy with it. So if we got to put something in the Constitution to prick our conscience, to know we got to do better, put it in. Hopefully we'll do better. My last point, Madam Speaker, is 54. Local government. The Constitution should be amended to add a new provision to support establishing district councils. I ain't supporting that. God can't support it. I'll tell you. It is not everything that works in Britain and in bigger countries work in smaller countries. It's not everything. The UK got millions and millions of people. one representative or two or three for a constituency up there can't do all the work because there's so many people. You in the BVI, everybody know everybody. They know how to find you. When you wake up in the morning, somebody will be outside on your step waiting. You go out to church to see them. Everybody knows everybody. And we're now trying to put another layer of bureaucracy on top of the bureaucracy we have that ain't working. We can't get nothing to do with a little bit of people. We're going to add on more on top of it now. So the money goes to a district council, and the district council decide what happens. What happens to the district rep? So the people elect somebody to represent their interests. And I delegate that to a group of people who nobody ain't elect. How is that possible? You got to pay all them people to be in the way. And nothing can get lift off. No, man, we can't do that. What we need to start to do is to use the district offices and the district reps a bit more. You got to be trustworthy of people, trust people. But at the same time, do your audits. If you're fearful about things, do your audit the thing them every minute. Just to make sure that people are being honest. But don't come with these things in the system. What are we trying to achieve? A district council for 10 people? I understand the issue in, for instance, Anegada. I could understand Anegada saying they want their own representative. I could understand that. And as far as possible, we ought to give it to them. Because there are issues unique to Anegada. That the rep, and it's not an indictment on you. It's any rep in the position. Anegada is very far out. You can't get there every day. My constituents see me every day. Virgin Gorda see you every day because you live Virgin Gorda. How often do large members get up to Anegada? By the time you get up there on the boat, it's 2 hours, you don't fall asleep. You come back down another 2 hours, 4 hours gone, just going up and coming down. And then when you get there, you can only spend an hour and a half or 2 hours. The people want representation, give them what they want. So maybe instead of trying to concentrate and putting the thing at large, put one Anegada. They deserve it. There are specific things up there that Anegadans need, and they need access to somebody who go up there every day, come down and represent their interests in the House of Assembly. Just Van Dyke got a good representative. Just Van Dyke have a good representative. In the ordinary course of things, yes, I would say put one on Just Van Dyke in the ordinary course of things, but because I know. Let me finish, please. I just relax ourselves. Take it easy, man. Take it easy. I'm not being biased. They need one too. I agree. Just Van Dyke should have one. But I'm making a point. I'm making a point as well. Because Just Van Dyke is closer in proximity to the mainland. It takes you 15 minutes to get across there. And now let me finish now. Come on, take it easy now. You haven't got a chance to speak. But I have to take the plug and put in. I know Just Van Dyke have a good representative. Because whenever I call this man over Just Van Dyke. Because of the proximity, of course. I mean, it's the same thing. You can't compare the two things. I can't expect Honorable Vincent to be up in Anegada the same amount of times as Honorable Turnbull could be in Anegada, Just Van Dyke, because of the distance, right? But certainly the point is, Madam Speaker, that this won't have any support from me at all. I want to see us use the district offices and the district representatives a bit more to get things done in the country. And we used to do it before. We fell off in terms of accountability, which we have to pick up on. But I think, honestly, the local government, it can't get any support. It won't get any support from me. So, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to you, because I know it must be hard for you to sit down in these long debates and listen to people speak. And I want to thank you so much for your patience. I also want to commend you, Madam Speaker, for the leadership that you have provided in this House of Assembly. I don't think we give you enough kudos for what you do. and particularly your step towards making the institution an independent one, the drafting of which you spearheaded pretty much on your own. I want to thank you for the leadership that you continue to provide. I want to also thank again the good people of District 6, because as I said, I'm here representing their interests. I'm not here of my own volition. And we were able to have a meeting, as I said earlier, where my district members came out and were able to give their views on the issues raised in the constitutional review. So when I speak, I'm not only speaking for myself, I'm more importantly speaking on behalf of my constituents of District 6. I thank very much again the Commission, to thank Ms. Penletson, the Commissioner. She's been faithful being here every day, sitting down, listening, taking notes, obviously to see what our views are and to provide assistance. One of the things I found to be very helpful, and I must commend the Commission for, is for taking the initiative to draft what a constitution could look like after the reviews. I think that was exceptional. I don't know if that was done before, but certainly when I saw that, I must tell you, I was very, very much impressed, and it shows the initiative of the Commission to do what it did. I want to also thank my members of the House, my colleagues in the House, for their patience to allow me to espouse the views of my constituents, even though some of them had a little belly ache when I was saying some things that were a little difficult. But I also want to make sure, Madam Speaker, I know my request was a difficult request, but as much as we can make it possible, whatever we have to do, let us try to make the committee stage of this Constitution public. I think the public deserves it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Members will break for lunch and return at 3:30 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. At this time, I recognize the Junior Minister for Financial Services, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these few days represent a momentous time in this country's history as we are debating this constitutional review report some 20 years after the last one. The debate is the first step towards a new constitution, which, as we know, represents the highest law of the land. I take it, Madam Speaker, a step further in saying that the Constitution is the basis of our democracy. The Constitution that we are going to negotiate is the basis of our democracy. The document, as we all know, is long and comprehensive. And I hope that by the end of this debate, or certainly by the end of the committee stage, this House would have reached consensus on what is best for the people of the Virgin Islands. There are some excellent recommendations, and naturally, Madam Speaker, there are others that I question. But be that as it may, my focus is going to be around the role of the Cabinet, together with an effective public service, the creation of a sixth ministry, the role of quote-unquote junior ministers, Ancestral Virgin Islanders, the direct election of the Premier, and next steps towards self-determination, with a few other points here and there. Let me say, Madam Speaker, because of the nature of the report and my style of debating, I will not necessarily be proceeding in the order that I laid out. I begin, Madam Speaker, by commending Mrs. Lisa Penn-Lettsome for what must have been a huge task, a Herculean task, in pulling together all the pieces and fitting them so efficiently into this volume, which is almost 300 pages. The report is clear, it's easy to read, it's easy to maneuver, and perhaps most importantly, we have a draft at the end of the report which will make life simpler for everybody. I equally commend each member of the Constitutional Review Commission for their commitment and hard work in bringing this review to completion. I'm not going to single out anyone except for one person, and that is the Right Honorable Sir Dennis Byron, a renowned jurist who, as we know, served us as a Chief Justice of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, President of the Caribbean Court of Justice, and several other prestigious assignments in Africa. So the commission, led by Mrs. Penn-Lettsome, was comprised of a rich, varied, and very competent group. If I may be allowed to speak on a personal note, roughly 18 years ago, when the last constitutional negotiations started, I was privileged to be a mere advisor to the team. And as advisors go, I was not always listened to, as the two persons in this room the Honorable Julian Fraser and Honorable Ronnie Skelton would tell you. Today, I make my contribution as a member of this House, and I must thank the people of this territory for this elevation and for affording me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, given this process we're going through, given our last experience, which I'm going to talk about a little later on, my hope is that when we face the United Kingdom in negotiating a new constitution, we will be fully aligned. My late friend and colleague, Elihu Reimer, who was also part of that negotiating team in 2005, 2006, was proud to state that historically, with every political advance, that is, constitutionally, it is invariably accompanied by economic advance. But it was not only Mr. Reimer who held that view. Indeed, in looking at the Ferrara report, Jerry Ferrara, KC, refers to the Herculean advances in education, in health, in infrastructure, and so on, especially after the ministerial system was introduced in 1967, and that was our most significant step in terms of constitutional advance. This was followed, of course, by strong growth of our gross domestic product. And Mr. Ferrara ends by saying, quote, "The Virgin Islands is a classic example of the use of power for the good of the people." That principle remains true today. Madam Speaker, despite the naysayers, this territory sees advances in our economy, including in our infrastructure, in our airlift, our tourism, our social services, in our education, in our revenues, in our diversification of our financial services, and I could go on. Madam Speaker, I wish to begin the substantive part of my debate with the relationship between ministers and their departments. In this section of my debate, I will also be making references to the reserved powers of the governor. One of the most significant statements of this report is at page 39. And that statement speaks to the importance of our developing what it refers to as bespoke solutions, bespoke or unique solutions to fit our needs. There can be no one-size-fits-all for the Virgin Islands. After all, we are a population of less than 35,000 people. Madam Speaker, I also find it necessary to remind the United Kingdom of its commitment made in 1999 in that seminal white paper called Partnership for Progress and Prosperity, which was the basis for a modern partnership, a modern relationship between the United Kingdom and its overseas territories. That white paper was based on 4 tenets. 1, the right to self-determination, which means that each territory has the right to determine whether it wishes to remain linked to the United Kingdom. Secondly, both the United Kingdom and its overseas territories had mutual obligations and responsibilities to each other and must fulfill these as part of that partnership. Thirdly, there is a commitment to maximum, or there was a commitment to maximum internal authority. That is, the freedom for territories to run their own affairs to the greatest degree possible without undermining accountability. And the fourth tenet was a firm commitment from the United Kingdom to help these overseas territories develop economically and to assist them in emergencies. Madam Speaker, I have to say that these tenets seem to have been long forgotten. But Madam Speaker, I was there when we spent a full day at Lancaster House, which is owned by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, discussing how this partnership would apply in practice. So I have not forgotten those tenets, and aspects of them will flow throughout my contribution to this debate. Incidentally, Madam Speaker, that same white paper was laid in the House of Parliament by the then Foreign Secretary. I have to say, Madam Speaker, that these days it feels a lot more like confrontation and less like a partnership between us and the United Kingdom. And I'm going to say it again. It feels a lot more like confrontation and less like a partnership between us and the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear, though, that the aim of this government, and indeed of this House, is to always work collaboratively with His Majesty's government in the interest of the people we serve. Allow me to begin by addressing the section of the report beginning from pages 68 to 72. Then I shall move to page 98, which covers the relationship between ministers and their departments. And let me explain quickly why I'm putting these two sections together. I strongly feel, Mr. Speaker, that the time is overdue for the civil service to be placed under the responsibility of a minister. The Bible itself is clear when it says we cannot serve God and mammon. You cannot serve two masters at the same time. Indeed, the report says that the only responsibility of the governor for the civil service is terms and conditions of civil servants. But in this context, what else is there to consider seriously aside from terms and conditions? What I found, though, of greater interest at page 71 of the report was that members of the public did not make any observation that the current system was not working. Mr. Speaker, we all of us in this House and outside this House, in the public, we all experience slowness in getting approvals, in getting licenses of all types, whether they are non-belonger landholding licenses, whether they are trade licenses. I'm having these district meetings, and there isn't one district where I have not gotten the complaint about the length of time it takes for a Virgin Islander to get a trade license. People complain about getting access, reasonably fast access to Crown lands, and there are myriads of approvals that take forever to be processed. Yet this is not an issue according to the report in the public meetings. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that there is insufficient accountability coupled with a lack of urgency in delivering services to the public. At the end of the day, public servants, they do their work, but to whom are they really accountable? I have to also say that despite our diligent completion of the 49 recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry, I am yet to see widespread improvement in efficiency in the public service. Mr. Speaker, it gives me no pleasure to talk about specifics, even more specifics, but I have to talk about even the recruitment process. It now takes at least 6 months to complete a new hire in the public service. 6 months. And Mr. Speaker, you would know that by the time the process is finished, the candidate of choice is long gone. So for this reason and the others that I have mentioned, I repeat that it's time to put the subject under a minister who has a good understanding, a better understanding of the needs of the people and a better appreciation of getting these things done promptly. Mr. Speaker, I have to also mention the Anegada lands. 50 titles for the representative will tell me on an average what is the per 50 titles, and what would be the size per acreage, about roughly a half an acre. 50 titles for half an acre of land. 2 years later, and I said 2 years later because I have been here 2 years, and I know it was about before. For more than 2 years, not one of these Anegadians can get their title. 50 titles and not one can be completed over 2 years. It is not good enough, Mr. Speaker. I have to wholeheartedly agree with the Premier that notwithstanding the hard work and the commitment of our public servants, it is the very structure of the public service that renders it ineffective. I don't have a problem, Mr. Speaker, with the Public Service Commission making recommendations. But where the governor then has to confer with the premier before a decision is taken, it just wastes more time. And more importantly for me, who knows the people of the BVI more than their their elected representatives? I now turn to page 94 of the report and the proper relationship between ministers and their departments. I have to confess, Mr. Speaker, that I find this section of the report somewhat of a departure from my understanding of the role of a permanent secretary, having served as a permanent secretary for many years. I understood the permanent secretary to be responsible for carrying out the policy of the minister or of the government. When I was a permanent secretary, as a permanent secretary, if I didn't think that I could carry out that policy, I had two options. I could resign, tender my resignation to the governor at the time, or I could ask for a transfer. These phrases at page 98, I believe, and following, such as ministerial overreach, page 97, and suggesting that further consideration on whether a minister should sit in the ministry, and I remember the leader of the opposition raised that point this morning, is frankly beyond my comprehension, totally. Mr. Speaker, what exactly do we mean by ministerial overreach? And if I'm not to sit in the ministry where I was appointed to sit, where do I sit? Clearly some thought went into this section, but I would respectfully suggest that we concentrate more on how to build a positive and meaningful relationship between the minister and permanent secretary, because they really need each other to succeed, rather than talking about overreach and who should sit where. But I go back to where I started on this point. I firmly believe that the leadership of the service should be with the minister, and I believe the rest will flow. And this is not an arbitrary recommendation. My research tells me that in Bermuda, the Minister of the Cabinet Office is politically responsible for the public service, including the human resources function, as well as the overall administration of the service. Although it's a shared responsibility in that the governor retains responsibility for appointments, discipline, etc., this could be a halfway house. It could be an option if there are clear lines of reporting. What I also found interesting in my research is that the post of deputy governor does not exist in Bermuda, and that the governor is instead supported by the deputy secretary of the cabinet. Mr. Speaker, I hope that cries of victimization or fear of victimization and the like are a thing of the past, as ministers are simply interested in getting their work done. Furthermore, as the Premier pointed out, the checks and balances have been significantly strengthened under the terms of the Commission of Inquiry. Finally, on this point, Mr. Speaker, as we prepare for self-determination, leadership of a successful public service by a minister is excellent practice. I talked about the fact that I was going to mention the reserve powers of the governor, and I'm going to do so to a lesser extent in the context of what is called an entrustment letter. And let me give some context to that itself. We all know that the governor is responsible for external affairs, among other things. But through an entrustment letter, certain areas are devolved to a minister. So the entrustment letter at page 69 of the report, which delegates a number of matters including financial services, regional affairs, I believe, or relationship with the United States, Virgin Islands, and so on. The entrustment letter is there, but for me, based on my experience in attempting to use it, it needs to be reworded to be very clear in terms of how those devolved responsibilities will work. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, you were with me in a different capacity when we went to Guyana a couple of years ago, less than 2 years ago. And we had a very good meeting with persons in the agricultural sector, persons in the education sector, persons in the financial services sector as well. And I came back and thought that we could use that entrustment letter to advance our relationship with Guyana in the areas that I cited, only to be told, this was a matter of interpretation, that we would first have to get clearance from the Foreign Secretary in the United Kingdom. I'm hoping that that was simply interpretation, but I think that we could put it beyond all doubt by having a very clear entrustment letter in terms so that we could get on with what we have to get on with without the United Kingdom's involvement. And I'd like to also say that the report recommends that at page 71 that Puerto Rico be included in the entrustment letter. My reading of the entrustment letter does include Puerto Rico, so we may not have to worry about that point. I move now, Mr. Speaker, to the Cabinet, which is a creation of the last Constitution and definitely a step in the right direction. And again, it doesn't always give me pleasure to refer to the negotiations leading to its creation. Some were good, some were not so good. I have to say that two of the negotiators in that room and two of the negotiators in this room today will attest to the fact that we could have made a lot more advance with our Constitution were it not for two very strong dissenting voices. I ain't calling no names, who the cap fits, but the explanation given last week was that the United Kingdom was not keen, so it was like pushing on an open door for them. But if we were all aligned, and that's why I made the point about us being aligned when we go to negotiate, there would have been no door to push on, and we would not have had, the door we were pushing on was to have the cabinet chaired by the premier instead of the governor. And were we all aligned, that would have been the case today. Today, the cabinet continues to be chaired by the governor. The recommendation made in 2005 was that the governor be simply informed of the business of cabinet prior to its meeting, including being presented with all documentation. And as I said before, that the premier be the chair. I'm always amused, Mr. Speaker, by the fact that the chair doesn't have a vote, he has no authority and so on. But my observation, I have to say, is that he's the most powerful voice in cabinet. So let's put things right and let's have our cabinet be chaired by the premier. If the next constitution is to advance our internal self-government, which is what we want, and prepare us for greater self-determination, I strongly believe and recommend that the cabinet be chaired by the premier. This is a situation in Bermuda, as all of us know, as well as all of the independent countries of the Caribbean. I also want to make it clear that the only way that proper coordination of policy will happen is when the cabinet secretary is the senior permanent secretary in government, sitting in the office of the premier, as the premier is responsible for the coordination of all government subjects. This is another point that I believe the Premier made, and I firmly endorse it. The report talks about it being planned or it being underway, but I'm yet to see any progress. You see, Mr. Speaker, once a cabinet or a policy decision is taken, it's up to the cabinet secretary to ensure that implementation happens, and that it happens in a timely and efficient manner. The expedited extract that follows from cabinet is far from efficient. And again, the structure of the cabinet secretary being the chief permanent secretary is not unprecedented. We look at the UK and other countries. Mr. Speaker, I move now to the issue of self-determination. It is one of the most misunderstood phrases anywhere, and I want to be clear in defining it, and I'm defining it on the basis of United Nations General Assembly Resolution 2635 in 1970. It stated as follows: by virtue of the principle of equal rights and the self-determination of peoples, all peoples have the right freely to determine, without external interference, their political status and to pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. And every state has the duty to respect this right in accordance with the provisions of the Charter. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, what this is saying is that all peoples have the right to freely determine whether their political status and to determine their political status and to pursue their own social, economic, and cultural development without external interference. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, when I felt, to be honest, that economic independence was paramount. I still feel that way. And it was in the context of choice. But today, in 2025, I have come to see that economic independence does not really progress without political independence, if we're talking about real economic independence. I go back to what I said earlier, and I'm putting it a different way. Mr. Speaker, what I'm seeing today is the administering power, that is the United Kingdom, dictating what the economy of the Virgin Islands should look like. And I say this on the basis of deep experience. I use the simple example of the insistence of the United Kingdom on BVI allowing, their insistence on allowing the BVI, or on insisting that we allow unfettered access to our register of beneficial ownership through what they call public access to registers of beneficial ownership. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, there is no global standard. There is no global standard in relation to this public access to registers of beneficial ownership. Having said that, I again want to make it clear that this government is committed to adhering to the highest standard of transparency and the best practice in its financial services. This has always been the position of this territory. And I give you our most recent example. I mean, long before verification was popular in terms of registers, BVI had a verified register. In 2016, when we were accused of having no clear systems to stop money laundering and terrorist financing, this territory introduced the Beneficial Ownership Secure Search System, or BOSS as we called it, at great cost to our Treasury, which could produce verified and up-to-date information on any perceived illicit activity in as quickly as 1 hour, if necessary, but we would normally do it over a 24-hour period. The BVI, of course, came in for very high praise for this system, which was copied or emulated by several other jurisdictions. And our BOSS system was successful in assisting the United Kingdom in producing its first unexplained wealth order shortly after the system was introduced. But, Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak a little more briefly, to our legitimate interest access policy, spelling out for you how we as a jurisdiction will balance a person's or a client's right to privacy with full transparency. In June of this year, we formally rolled out our legitimate interest access to beneficial ownership policy that clearly explains how this will work. As it relates to transparency, this government has made it clear that through the legitimate interest access policy, access would be allowed to anyone who can show evidence that the access they seek relates to the pursuit of a money laundering or terrorist financing matter. I emphasize this could be anyone. It could be a journalist, it could be a university professor, it could be a student, a person from civil society, you name it. But, Mr. Speaker, this has not been good enough for the United Kingdom. It is also of no consequence to the UK that the European Court of Justice has ruled some 2 years ago against unfettered access to registers of beneficial owners on the basis of a person's right to privacy. It's also of little consequence to the United Kingdom that many of the EU member states themselves have not introduced public registers. Equally, it is of no consequence to the United Kingdom that the Crown dependencies, that is Jersey, Guernsey, Isle of Man, and so on, have not yet introduced public registers. Mr. Speaker, people in our business understand that we have taken this position to protect our industry while fully supporting transparency. Our professionals or experts traveled to all of our markets, beginning here, to Asia, to London, to Latin America, to make sure we got this right. We still maintain the hope that the United Kingdom would assist us in achieving this goal of balancing privacy with transparency when it comes to our registers of beneficial ownership. Mr. Speaker, I go a step further, if you will, My understanding used to be that His Excellency the Governor is appointed to serve the best interests of both this country and that of the United Kingdom. And there were several who disabused me, sort of disabused me of that, but I firmly believed that he was here to serve the interests of both. Sadly, my observation is that this practice is hardly ever observed anymore, and the arrangement has become very lopsided. Mr. Speaker, before I move to what is the most important prerequisite for self-determination, I would refer to two things that stood out for me in the report at page 101. One was the need, and I agree with this point, the need to take our time and to take care that in our rush to cast off the colonial shackles, that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's my phrase. We have to be very careful. We have to take our time. The leader of the opposition spoke about it some today. I agree with much of what he said. Secondly, during the review, during the discussions, the dominant view throughout the territory was to move, yes, to a more advanced constitution that is less colonial. I'm not sure that's achievable. As to my mind, you were either shaking off colonialism or you keep it. Sadly, in today's world, in BVI's world, I don't see a middle ground. I also agree with the recommendation at page 100 that a population study be carried out as part of a serious commitment to planning. In my district meetings that I referred to earlier, where we're talking about trade and increasing products and so on, selling and so on, I'm very often asked, who are we going to sell to? Is the population big enough for us to diversify and sell other things? And who are we really selling to when we have a population of 35,000? If I look around the region to other overseas territories, I look at competitor jurisdictions, like Bermuda. Bermuda's population is some 65,000, and I believe the land mass is of a similar size to ours, maybe a little bigger. And the Cayman around 75,000. So we really need to get our population size right in this territory. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about self-determination in the context of education. It really gladdened my heart that the need for much more education around self-determination was one of the top recommendations of this report. And even though it ages me to have my colleague read a piece that I wrote 33 and a half years ago, I think he said, where I called for education as a prerequisite for self-determination. It is the truth. We cannot be talking about self-determination, whichever of the three we go with. Independence, I see as the way. We cannot be talking about these without educating our public, educating the people. We must tell them what it really means. We must tell them we must answer the questions that the leader of the opposition that he asked, one being about the passport. It's going to be a Virgin Islands passport. The one about currency, that wasn't a big issue for me because Cayman Islands has its own currency. It's pegged to the US dollar, although it's higher than the US dollar. So that wasn't a huge issue. But we have to answer these questions that you raised. They were valid questions. And that's where the education comes to the fore. And we must do it quickly. I know we shouldn't be in a hurry, but at this rate, we have no time to lose with what is happening in the country. Some of the things I mentioned before, what I see happening in terms of our relationship. I don't know that, I believe that the report speaks to having a smaller group of people lead this. I don't know if I read that correctly. But I don't know that we need to do that. We could have persons from the International Affairs Secretariat could lead that together with a professional who knows about the whole process of self-determination. However it's done, it must be done quickly. And I know that years ago, the late Ralph O'Neill, Honorable Ralph O'Neill, did ask the father of the Premier to do an exercise on the cost of independence. That would be well dated now. So we need to do a fresh study on the cost of independence. Whether we need to have an ambassador in every country, whether we could share like the OECS does, and so on and so forth. So it's a whole exercise, and it needs to be undertaken by somebody who knows how to do it. The Premier recommends, as per the report of the Decolonization Committee, that an independent body undertakes this. I see this as a last phase. I think that the education process needs to start like now, immediately. At page 101 of the report, it notes that the last 3 constitutional reviews saw some advances towards self-determination with the devolution of more internal self-government. I also agree with the Premier that this new constitution, representing the 4th iteration, should take us right up to full internal self-government. Full internal self-government. We should not stop short of that. Full internal self-government. I understand a point that was made again by the leader of the opposition, and it was this whole matter of trust. We could educate all we want. We could talk all we want. If we do not trust our leaders, or if the people of the Virgin Islands do not trust their leaders, we are not going to get anywhere. I am fully aware that we cannot educate trust, or we can't build trust. We can't do it fully through the education process, because trust is a relationship. It's a relationship of confidence, self-confidence. But I believe it might sound a trifle contradictory. I do believe that a sustained and meaningful education, through a sustained and meaningful education process, we would go a long way in developing this trust that is so critical. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about this Ancestral Virgin Islanders and the ability to contest a seat in the House. And the leader of the opposition spoke to some of what I'm going to say. Let me say that having not been born in this territory, I begin this topic with something, with a bit of fear and almost trembling. Because I lay no claim to BVI ancestry. And secondly, because, Mr. Speaker, it's a topic that I have steered clear of for my whole period that I've lived in the BVI, a lot of years. But I feel that it's time and I should say my piece. For the first time, and again kudos to Ms. Penletzum, for the first time, and it was only after reading this report that I fully understand why I grew up most of my life being referred to as an island woman or a garrot. When they really wanted to make you vex, you were a garrot, or you were an island woman otherwise. You see, the civic pride that Virgin Islanders felt having left that federation in 1956, they didn't want it to be diluted. Quite rightly. One fights for their liberation, one holds on to their liberation. I am not clear in the context of the ancestral Virgin Islander whether the recommendation is that it should stay, should form a part of the Constitution, or whether it was just a subject that was mentioned. I know, Mr. Speaker, that in countries like Australia, where you have the Aborigines, in the United States to a lesser extent, where you have the, I don't think they're called American Indians anymore, but the Native Americans, thank you. Those things mean something. Again, they are the Monegasques in Monaco. They make up a minority of the population. These people have certain rights. Are we going to recommend that certain rights be given to ancestral Virgin Islanders? I'm not making any recommendation one way or another. I'm just saying that ancestral means different things. I think it's important that it's been brought out. The last constitution referred to indigenous Virgin Islanders, and this time it's about ancestral Virgin Islanders. Mr. Speaker, I am able to sit in this House because I was grandfathered under the 1976 Constitution. I'm very grateful for this, as my allegiance is to the Virgin Islands, or the British Virgin Islands as I call them. And to be clear, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful. I did not receive my status through my marriage, but I received it through my mother's hard work and through her perseverance. You asked me for my belonger status number card or whatever it is. I have none. The only way I can identify myself as a belonger is through my passport. Now my son can claim and to be an ancestral Virgin Islander through his paternal parentage. But Mr. Speaker, what of my other brothers and sisters who, like me, know no other home? And I appreciate I'm going down the road of something controversial. They have invested all that they have in this territory. What of their children who may want to contest an election. And Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying does not apply mainly or only to my family. I'm referring to so many other families who share this experience. My firm recommendation, I was going to say my firm recommendation in relation to the existing constitution, but since we are coming up with a new constitution, I would suggest, recommend that the provisions be widened to include other persons and make them eligible to seek political office. I do so for a number of reasons. My extensive research shows that the Virgin Islands is one of a few countries, a very few countries in the world with this very narrow eligibility criteria for seeking elected office. Most other countries stay with the definition of citizenship. We need look no further than a mile away at the U.S. Virgin Islands. I know that the governor, he may have been born in the U.S., but he doesn't have that ancestry. The president of the Senate, I know, in fact, I grew up with him. He was living in the rich part, Lower Estate. I was up in Hampton, Potter, Mr. Potter. I don't even know if he was born here. He was probably born in Antigua. The lieutenant governor was actually, thank you, was born in St. Kitts. I know that because he's a friend of mine, and he used to work for the Daily News when he graduated from college, and I would go down and we would, you know, talk about the two Virgin Islands. And so we need to widen that narrow criteria that exists. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I don't understand the rationale for the definition based on ancestry. But, as I've said before, it is not going to be diluted if we were to add other persons. The leader of the opposition made the point very well that I was going to make, and that was the letter in relation to the letter from the 26 persons. And I know that that's 26 persons signed off on it, but I know it's many more than that, and they refer to section 65(2)(b) of the existing constitution. I will just read a little section. He read it, but I'm just going to read a small section towards the end that I think bears repeating. These people say, we remain proud of our Virgin Islands heritage, proud of the values instilled in us through its institutions, and proud of the future we know we can help shape. Our only request is that the law be brought into alignment with our lived reality, so that we may serve the Virgin Islands we love without being penalized for circumstances and parentage entirely beyond our control. Now, I have no apology to make for my parentage, but I'm reading what I'm seeing. I sincerely hope, Mr. Speaker, that provisions would be made to allow our men and women born in the Virgin Islands without the ancestral lineage eligibility to seek elected office. But, Mr. Speaker, there is what I call an insidious element creeping into all this ancestral business. There are persons among us who are using this definition of ancestral Virgin Islanders for divisive reasons, something that this community can ill afford. Conservatively, more than 60%, I believe, of BVI families have at least one parent that cannot claim ancestral Virgin Islander status. So where is this divisiveness taking us, if not down a path of self-destruction? I have heard with my own ears the suggestion that a citizen without claim to ancestry should not only be denied the right to a seat in the House, but should not be able to vote on significant referenda. Mr. Speaker, that is absolute rubbish. And it comes from a source which knew nothing about how we in the Virgin Islands moved from a basic agrarian economy to a more modern one with every amenity, and I can speak about it. You see, Mr. Speaker, I traveled for more than a mile on foot with a pan on my head every morning before going to school to draw water from a well to fill up my mother's drums. I went up to the ground, up at Where is Diamond. It wasn't called a farm even, it was a ground. And we progged the potatoes. We picked pears, which are now called avocados. We only knew them as pears. I walked every Saturday from Huntham's Gut down to Mr. William Leonard, late Mr. William Leonard's boat, to get my string of pot fish to bring home for my mother to clean. And that was our protein for the week. Except on Sunday, she also grew chickens. On Sunday, when we were lucky, she would wring the neck of one and pluck the feathers, and we would be in for a delicious meal, maybe when guests were around. That is the agrarian community I grew up with, and I can speak firsthand. Yes, I went to university thanks to the taxpayers, and I came back and I gave more than 50 years of public service. I paid my dues, as did other members of my family, and as did many other citizens of this territory. There are many people, Mr. Speaker, without those ancestral roots, but with an experience like mine. So in making those bellicose statements, I would simply ask persons to stop, but my more important issue is that we need to broaden that section of the Constitution as we move forward. I speak very quickly now, and I'm almost at the end, to the creation, oh, you enjoying it? The creation of a sixth ministry, and I want to talk about junior ministers. Let me say at the outset, Mr. Speaker, I do not like that phrase, junior minister. Yes, it makes me feel like I'm on training wheels, as the leader of the opposition called it this morning. It makes me feel like I'm a minor, but it also leads to great confusion and bureaucracy. Who is responsible for what? You know, what is the minister responsible for? What are you as the junior minister responsible for? I am one of those persons who would prefer to be called a minister of state. Just as Stephen Doughty in the United Kingdom, I use him as an example, because he is the person with whom we relate directly. As a junior minister, he is the Minister of State in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. And most of the Caribbean countries do the same thing. Bahamas does, Barbados, and so on. Refer to ministers of state. I certainly work as hard as any of my ministerial colleagues, and I understand that I work at the will of the people of this territory. Having said that, and again this point was made this morning, the fact that ministers do need support to carry out their responsibilities. And maybe we should revert to persons who are elected. The United Kingdom refers to them as parliamentary secretaries or some such title. But these titles are important and we need to get them right. And I also do not agree that all these ministers should be within the ministry of the Premier. Look at the load of the Deputy Premier and Minister of, I don't think it's called Natural Resources, but it used to be called that. Look at the load of the Minister of Health, the Minister for Communications. They need support as well. And this was well demonstrated this morning, so I don't need to go into any further detail on it. In terms of the sixth ministry, Mr. Speaker, this is long overdue, and I believe it was one of the recommendations of the last constitutional review report. I appreciate that the ratio in the House must be observed, which will mean establishing a boundaries commission as per the report's recommendation, and I hope that this can be done speedily and hopefully prior to the next general elections. The arguments made in the report are very cogent. At page 39 and following, to my mind, and nobody wants to give up territory, but to my mind, there are several easy combinations. For example, and Mr. Speaker, you may not agree with this one, we could add Carrot Bay to Just Van Dyke, or we could add North Sound to Anegada. And I know that Anegadians want their own representatives, but it's very difficult to have a representative for 150, 200 persons. But that's for the next set, the next round. Whatever we do, more importantly, is that we make sure that the islands of Anegada and Jos Van Dyke especially receive more direct attention. I repeat, it's important that the islands of Anegada is out there furthest east, they do not get the level of attention they need. Jos Van Dyke needs more attention. They both have significant potential for development, and they are largely being held back for a number of reasons. Some of it is bureaucracy, some of it is location, but we have to fix that. If I go back to the number of ministers and the Boundaries Commission, I just want to say that Cayman Islands has 9 ministers, I believe, as does Turks and Caicos. So why are we so ill-served with just 5 ministers? And then there's the direct election of the Premier, and I have had a chat with Mrs. Penletsam, and we agree that we got it a little wrong, or the report has it a little upside down, some portions of it. What is proposed is totally unworkable, as has been said, both by the Leader of the Opposition, by the Premier, Deputy Premier, and others. You see, we could end up with a premier from the opposition, and I don't think that this was the intention of the report. If we look at page 42, it reads that the territory, it suggests that the territory should adopt a system of election of the premier and deputy premier from the pool of successful at-large candidates. There is even a suggestion that those who are not successful at large in their quest for the top seat might try again. Madam Speaker, I don't think that this is workable, as in my view, if a candidate loses, he or she loses. I know that in the United States, there is an opportunity, but our systems are completely different. Madam Speaker, in closing, the Constitution we will negotiate not only will be the highest law of the land, as I started out by saying, it is the basis of our democracy. It is therefore critical that we get this new Constitution right. The work done by Mrs. Lisa Penn-Letzum and the entire Commission is critical to this next step, and this work will significantly advance this territory politically as well as economically. Again, on behalf of my colleagues, on my own behalf, I thank them for the hard work that they put into this report and in getting us to this point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. At this time, I recognize the territorial at-large member, Honorable Stacey Mather.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to my honorable colleagues. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to refer to some notes that I have here. I must begin by acknowledging the presence of the chairman of the commission. Much has been said about this lady, and all of it is well deserved. I also want to thank the deputy chairman and the commissioners for their dedication and work put into the report. And I also must recognize another commissioner who is in our presence as well, Honorable Skelton. I don't know if he was recognized in that capacity, but I'm going to give him his due as well. Now, Madam Speaker, the breadth and the depth that this consultation process went through to research, and in particular to engage the public as to their opinions on the exercise, was indeed commendable. Madam Speaker, these individuals had 35 meetings of the commission, and I'm stating this because I want people to understand the work that was put in. 25 educational and consultative meetings, and in terms of reaching out on social media, and the commission did do an online Twitter engagement that I asked them to do. They had over 19,000 or more views, along with written submissions, even one from one of our honorable members in the House, and also oral submissions at some of these meetings. I think that gives weight to the document that is in front of us when it comes to public engagement and the views of the public. Now, Madam Speaker, of course, on page 2 and 3, you'll find the terms of reference, and the commission considered 6 terms of reference with 4 terms, D having 10 subheadings, which were the true meat of the exercise, and it focused on governance, elections, all the things and topics that my colleagues have been speaking about here. And in all, the report had 57 recommendations. And Madam Speaker, I'm not going to try and go through all of them, but I'm going to try and hit some of them so that the public knows where I stand on these. Madam Speaker, before I begin, Simon Sinek, an American organizational consultant, said that leadership is not a journey to rise in the ranks, Madam Speaker. Leadership is a journey to help those around you rise. Madam Speaker, Mr. Sinek had a theory of successful companies where the leaders start with why instead of asking the questions what, when, and how. So, Madam Speaker, when I look at these recommendations, I ask why. Recommendation 1, Chapter 3, how the executive ministerial government is held to account. Why? Why was there so much in this, and why is this number 1? It's the number 1 because our people want to be involved, Madam Speaker. How do you build leadership in our territory, Madam Speaker? How do you build patriotism for a better Virgin Islands if you don't engage people? So recommendation 1 says that the recommendations that promote transparency, recommendations that encourage more active participation, recommendations for a greater legislative reform that would support greater accountability. Over and over and over again, Madam Speaker. You want people to listen, you involve them. Madam Speaker, on page 18 it says that concerns over the lack of transparency, accountability, and public consultation. Madam Speaker, the Standing Orders, Section 72, allows for passing of financial matters and orders 1, 2, 3, and a gone. In this day and age, Madam Speaker, I submit to you, why is it that we can't find a way when we know that something is coming to the House and it is such a heavy topic that we can engage more stakeholders, more people in the public who might be interested in these things? We can't find a way, Madam Speaker. We want our people to be like, we elected you, let you do what you need to do, check back with you in 4 years. Madam Speaker, where does that happen? Nowhere in the private sector would you see a manager sitting in a role that they are not appraised or they are not held to account. Nowhere. Even you, Madam Speaker, sitting in that chair. During your term as a speaker, you can be removed. We're going to get to that. Accountability. Do not condemn our people for asking for accountability from their leaders. Now, Madam Speaker, the concerns in the document spoke about open air meetings, standing finance, select committees. It's in there. And the interesting thing that I found in here is that in the report it said that even members of the House of Assembly stated their concerns about having public hearings. They supported it. And many of us got up in here today, some supported it over the last couple of days, and some were like, I don't think so. Well, Madam Speaker, go on record. Stacey Mata says yes. Madam Speaker, we are afraid that if we're sitting in a committee stage in this House that, as members in the past and the present like to do, they say pan the camera to see empty seats. Are we concerned that our constituents would be like, I elected this member, but they're sitting in the House and they're not adding any value to the conversation? What is it we are afraid of? Madam Speaker, I don't want to spend my life inside here. So someone else must come. If you look in the gallery since I've been elected, only when we have sittings that you invite people do you find them coming and sitting there. It's usually empty. And then when the time comes for committee, we usher them out. Madam Speaker, that's unacceptable. Madam Speaker, recommendation number 2, junior ministers. I agree with my colleague. Anything that is junior seems like it's less superior or not on the same level as anything else. But it's a name, it's a word. We can fix that. It's a term. Now it says it poses a challenge to the commission. If properly executed, it is a good thing. But Madam Speaker, when I got into this House, there was a orientation meeting at Maria's by the Sea in September of 2023. You remember that, Madam Speaker? We sat in there with a parliamentarian from the Isle of Man. And one of the junior ministers, I'm not going to call the person out, I poked them and I said, ask about it. Do they have signing power over there? And I watched this member, and every once in a while I will poke that member and say, can you sign? What authority do you have? Because you have a title. But if you have to run up to the Premier and say, Premier, sign this for me, please. Is that really a system that we asked for, we own, and we're trying to evolve? Other than that, Madam Speaker, what's the sense in having a title? That's why I could sit in this House without a title. Madam Speaker, when you want to build a nation, and you ask for something, you use it. You demonstrate that you want the person sitting behind the front bench to have authority. Those two ladies sitting there, and this statement is not meant to drag them down. With all the experience that is over there, they have to reach over in the front and say, sign this paper for me. That's why the commission said, if properly executed. Madam Speaker, right now, a junior minister got all back and no teeth. No matter how they go to meetings, no matter how they go anywhere, what is it? Fix it. Madam Speaker, you see, they even went in to say, get rid of the junior minister for a sixth minister. Boy, it's already there. Well, you don't give up what you have. You have to want more. They're going to give it up. The Bicameral House, recommendation number 3, and select committees. Now, Madam Speaker, in this, there's a lot here. Expand the House by 2 at-large members. Madam Speaker, I want to categorically say this. I'm not in favor of increasing the number of members in the House. You know why? Madam Speaker, nobody buys more of something if they already have it and they ain't using it. That's greed. You have an at-large system that almost every member that got up here has recognized is not working properly, and I have been saying that in this House. So why would you add 2 more to it? Just to get a 6th minister? But then what are you going to do with those 2 at-large members? We're going to say they're invading districts, them stepping over into places they are not going to be able to have any kind of say in. They're going to be like me in here begging the Premier for some money in the Ministry of Communications and Works to do roads. What are they going to do inside here, Madam Speaker? Why expand something if you're not going to use it? It's just like junior ministers. Might as well we add 4 more behind and expand the back. You're laughing. I see you laughing. Who feels it knows it. When you sit in a chair and you question. Madam Speaker, now you see, I agree with the Bicameral House. I'm an honorable member getting up. You can listen to me in the back. I agree with it. I like what he wrote. He sat back down. That's why I love him. I agree with this. I agree with select committees going on there. I agree with putting everything out. I agree with that. I think the Virginal should be moving towards it. Why is it that Bermuda is the only overseas territory that has it? Why are the UK so greedy with it? Why we can't have it? Give it to us. We asking for it. Madam Speaker, recommendation number 4. I love this one, you know. Referendums. The Commission has put the word referendum throughout the document. Madam Speaker, I went to find out when the BVI got a referendum law. 2002. Madam Speaker, we in 2025, we never use it. A lot of things in here we don't use. Premier, in 2023, 2024, early 2024, you said we were doing a referendum. We didn't smell that one yet. Madam Speaker, I hear you. Let me tell the people they say we're going to do it for elections. Madam Speaker, referendums have a purpose in our country. Don't worry, I still have integrity. They still believe in me. Madam Speaker, referendum increases the voter turnout in most countries. Last election, we had 40-something%. There's one thing to ask a population to vote for you and another thing to ask them to cast a vote about an issue. Our country, as it has been said up and down in this House, we're not infants to the UK. And this House is not the parents of the people out there, Madam Speaker. I do not stand in this House believing that I know everything that my people want. And I love a country that has democracy that says they are for this and they are against this. We cannot lose sight of that. Madam Speaker, recommendation number 5. Now you see, this goes right back to that transparency and accountability theme throughout this document, Madam Speaker. Freedom of Information Act. The media out there screaming for it. Everybody out there screaming for it. They want information. We're in a country where information is now referred to as something by the speed bump that gets dropped. You can't just go and get it. You have to hide in the shadows and throw it out. all our people keep saying is they want it. You see, Madam Speaker, this recommendation, I hope it doesn't show up again in 2047, in 2040, because I won't be like Honorable Fraser and Honorable Skelton. I won't be around. I won't be around in the House. I don't want to be around in the House in 2040, because this should be fixed. This is something that's legislative, Madam Speaker, and within this document, several things are legislative. We don't need to go to the UK to do it. We can fix this. Madam Speaker, recommendation number 6, term limits for the Premier. This one brought a lot of statements. Madam Speaker, they said it's more harm than good because the pool is small. And Madam Speaker, put it to a referendum. Put it in 2027 and ask the population what they think. Put it, Madam Speaker. They want to be engaged, put it as one. Madam Speaker, do you know, right? Is there any political party in the territory that have term limits on their chairman? I don't think so, based on what history has shown us. You stay there as long as you want. If your party votes you out, or if you get up and walk away, then it's when you change. That's interesting. I'll get back to that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, we don't need the UK's permission to ask our people questions. All right. Recommendations 7 through 10, Madam Speaker. They focus on recall mechanisms for elected members and they single out ministers. Why would they single out ministers? You know why the population single out ministers? Because we asking why. Well, first off, y'all at the top of the tier for many things. Y'all sit in the front. Y'all have the signing power. But above all, y'all carry the ministries. Which means that if the public is asking that question, there's something they're not satisfied with. Why would they want to remove the Minister of Education, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Communications, the Deputy Premier, the Premier? Why would they want to remove them? Because people need a way to say this is enough. We have had enough. We need to add in there how to remove the Deputy Governor. That's my recommendation as well. Madam Speaker, I hear my friends here laughing. I'm going to say it. Madam Speaker, it talks about a code of conduct. It talks about integrity in public life. See, Madam Speaker, the ability for a member to either resign or move out. You remember a couple of years ago, we had an action man in here. He wanted to get out. It caused so much controversy and it cost the country money to figure it out. So I understand why this is necessary. There are certain sectors of the community that have been calling for how do we hold our representatives accountable. There's one colorful man on the radio who likes to say, where's the list of things you've achieved? Madam Speaker, again, our people sometimes don't know what we do because we don't show them. We don't tell them. And then what we like to say, we have community meetings but nobody shows up. But the commission showed us how to go out into the public and get information. They gave us an example to follow. Madam Speaker, you ever see the appraisal system in the government extend to the ministers? To the elected representatives? We get an appraisal every 4 years. Every 4 years, you have employment interviews with the people, which is election, and then they let you know whether they're happy or not. Tell me any other job in the world you get 4 years to pass before you get reviewed. Madam Speaker, recommendation number 11. The highest recurring theme. Madam Speaker, why? Because people are frustrated. The public wants more involvement in who is the Premier. The report recommends that the territory should adopt a system of election of the Premier and the Deputy Premier by selecting the holders of these offices from among the at-large candidates, rather than direct election. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm very indifferent, and I'll get to this. But Madam Speaker, what I find interesting here, right, is that the Commission said that they recommend that party politics be put aside and amendments to the existing constitution in section 51, 52, 1, A, B, and 2 and 3 of the constitution be amended to make a requirement that the at-large member who commands the majority support of the House of Assembly should be appointed as premier, regardless of party affiliation. No, not me. We're going to come to that, man. Don't worry. And the deputy premier must be similarly appointed from amongst the members who were elected at large. This would require a revision of section 72A in relation also to the leader of the opposition. See, we keep forgetting that it also said leader of the opposition. Madam Speaker, see, one of my colleagues got up and said that it would be the person who got the most votes. So that would have been me last election, and then Honorable Smith secondly. But let's reverse back to 2019. That would have been Honorable De Castro, and I think Honorable Smith when he was in here. So let's always put things in context, because the at-large system has been here for almost 30 years. But Madam Speaker, the Constitution or the Commission was very specific, and I'm not saying yet whether I agree. They said who commanded the most respect or authority among the members. It was still the members they were suggesting pick that person. Now, Madam Speaker, again, I say this without offense, but it's factual. When you look at a House of Assembly right now, the person sitting, or the elected member sitting in the premier seat, was only voted in among the 13 of us by one person, and that would be him. He's the only one registered in his district based on my research. So he had direct impact on who the premier would be presently. Yeah, basically. You didn't vote for him, Honorable Wheatley. You couldn't. Well, the deputy premier, not the previous one, this one right now. There are only 2 members that possibly could have voted for the deputy premier to be elected into the House. And that would be himself, because I'm no longer registered there, and his friend, Honorable Walwyn, correct? Well, I'm sure he voted for you, Deputy Premier. Let's not go down that road. But, Madam Speaker, among the 4 elected members in this House, every member could have cast a vote, which means they had an invested interest in who sat in this House. And I know many across the aisle voted for me. They don't have to tell me that. I know. They knew they mattered. Madam Speaker, this is what our people are asking for. And while I may not agree with everything that the Commission says about this, I understand why it is there. Madam Speaker, I have voted in this territory in 7 elections. And Madam Speaker, when I look at a wall over there, there is only one man, one premier I have ever had the ability to cast my X for, and that's Orlando Smith. You know why? Because he put himself out in a system. Now, don't get me wrong. Aside from 100% PU and the independent candidate in the back, the other members did vote for their chairman in their political party, which means they picked their leader when they walked into the election, and they picked their leader when all the ballots were counted and things were settled. They had that privilege. The rest of the population didn't even get that privilege. So again, Madam Speaker, the frustration of the why is why this was the highest recurring question or statement in that document, and I stand on that. So, also recommended by the Commission is that we review the entire at-large system, figure out why at-large members are marginalized in this House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, that's where we begin, and then we can walk our way back. Madam Speaker, you see, political maturity in the BVI is going to cause us to want to do a lot of things, or get us to where we need to go. And that's why the Commission was very specific in putting party affiliations to the side. Madam Speaker, recommendation 12 and 13. So this talks about a fixed schedule for the House of Assembly, and I agree with that, because sometimes it seems as if other things interfere with the House of Assembly schedule, Madam Speaker. Travel, ministry work, it all interferes. And that's not acceptable, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would even submit to you that when amending the standing orders, if we have the courage to do it, Madam Speaker, what we can also do is put in fines for members who are absent without notice. Let's find members who don't show up on time, Madam Speaker, because in a regular job, if you're not there, you don't get paid. You see, Madam Speaker, there is something about leadership that is demonstrated, and I support that. Because we get up and we talk about truly great Virgin Islanders who had commitment to our country, but then we expect the same to be said about us. Madam Speaker, you see these select committees, Public Accounts Committee, Standing Finance. Madam Speaker, I am in support of putting them to the public. If you put it out to the public and the public does not listen or they do not tune in, Madam Speaker, then we have tried. But Madam Speaker, for a legislature that is going to celebrate, what, 75 years soon? Madam Speaker, how come we don't have these things in place? I heard my honorable colleagues talk about these things were in this review of the Constitution, that review in the Constitution. Must we always have people to come and tell this House what we need to do? Don't we boldly get up and say we make the laws? Madam Speaker, I believe if some of these things were in the Commission of Inquiry, they would have been done. Madam Speaker, recommendation number 14, the direct voting for ministers. I agree we're not ready for that. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Recommendation number 15, the sixth ministry. Madam Speaker, I support the sixth ministry. I do. But I don't think we're ready for it yet either. Because what we have, we're not using effectively. The junior ministers, the at-large members. Why? Why would we do that? Put more money on the taxpaying body to pay more of us. They're already screaming out, complaining. Why would we do that? Madam Speaker, since I brought that up, recommendation number 16 speaks to the Integrity Commission under the Integrity in Public Life Act. Now, we did this. We did this. And as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we even went as far in the last sitting last week, Tuesday, to have the first reading for the House of Assembly Management Bill, which is a phenomenal step for the House of Assembly towards its independence. And within that bill, Madam Speaker, one of the things it talks about is setting up a commission. And the commission would deal with remuneration packages for the members of the House of Assembly. So it would be taken away from us. I want to put that out into the public domain. I just want to drop it there. Madam Speaker, recommendation number 17. You see this Contractor General? Now, the Contractor General Act has been outstanding since 2021, and it still has not come into effect. No? Minister, you didn't know that? What happened? You want to correct me? Or you were having a side conversation? I apologize. Madam Speaker, so this hasn't come into effect, and we in the country keep worrying and wondering why are the projects overrunning over and over again? But this is enshrined in the Constitution. And the commission even went as far as to say that this person should not be holding public office. It should not be regarded as holding public office. Madam Speaker, let's get this Contractor General in there, because that is who will be the watchdog for the government and the public when it comes to these overrun of these projects. Because we have the RDA, we have the ministry, we have public works, we have all kinds of things. But we just can't seem to get it right. But there's an answer here. Let's try this one. Now, Madam Speaker, independent organizations. So now, here's my thing with this. It talks about giving some institutions independence, just like the House of Assembly in terms of finance. And Madam Speaker, I support this. You know why I support this, Madam Speaker? Because there is hypocrisy in the heads of these institutions coming into this House during standing finance that is not aired and asking for money. So, DDP, AG, all them come in here, Complaints Commission, and they ask for money, and we make a decision as to whether or not they get money. But they're supposed to be independent. How are you independent if you're asking for money, Madam Speaker? I don't understand. So, Madam Speaker, if I walk in here and a minister doesn't like me, or if the finance minister doesn't appreciate what I'm doing, do I get finance? Look at the Auditor General. Pausing off topic, much conversation about that. Auditor General. The Auditor General comes in right now for finance. We should take a bet as to whether or not she will get the finance she needs. I don't mind if she writes it. I will support her to get more finance. I believe in systems. Now, Madam Speaker, also within there, it talks about the roles of the governor. I want to sweep this here. Madam Speaker, I do not believe in any document I will not support that pushes us in a direction that gives the governor any more power. I hope I'm clear with that. But I do believe that any elected body in this house, in this country, must have accountability. Because you cannot have power if you're not willing to answer for it. So, Madam Speaker, anywhere where the commission says, move the power from the governor, put a checkbox next to my name, let we go. The governor out of cabinet, let's go. But put the balance in it to make sure that what needs to be done is done, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, we walk ourselves right back into a lone person coming from the UK, sitting down and holding a commission. Madam Speaker, this Human Rights Commission, recommendation 19. I've been in the House for 2 years, 3 years coming up now. I've seen money in the budget. It hasn't been set up. Madam Speaker, I don't know what to say about this. We up and down all over the place to every UN meeting they have, but we don't have a Human Rights Commission. Madam Speaker, we put money into travel, we put money into all kinds of things, but we don't have a Human Rights Commission. Down the road, we're going to independence, and we don't think human rights is something important. Again, Madam Speaker, you don't need to get slapped on your hand to say do it. Just do it. Say that again, Premier. Premier, you tell me that last year, but I'm still waiting. The Complaints Commissioner being aligned with the Integrity Commission. I concur. I support that. Madam Speaker, recommendation 20, election of the Attorney General, I'm not in favor. And my reason for that is, Madam Speaker, what I have learned, and I have respect for any person in the public who puts themselves out for public office through elections, it is a difficult process. Madam Speaker, some of the brightest minds in our country are not going to put themselves out for election. So let's appoint that person, please. Until we get to a point where we feel that can happen. Otherwise, as Honorable said, the Leader of Opposition, it's a popularity contest. That's all that's going to happen. Election Boundaries Commission. Now, Madam Speaker, last week, Tuesday, we did the elections bill for 2025. The commission is in there. The boundaries are in there, right? And again, this makes way for the six ministry and the 2 at-large reps, and I've already expressed my opinion on that. But the House is working. We started that, so we could scratch that off. Resolve powers of the governor. Oh, wow. Madam Speaker, it says that the governor should consult when he's exercising discretionary powers. Madam Speaker, what does consult mean? He going to say, look, I'm going to do this? Or he going to sit down and have a conversation? Madam Speaker, that's not what happens. You know, I've never had the privilege of sitting in cabinet, but I've had the privilege of sitting in meetings. Madam Speaker, without saying too much, because I'm not sworn to any secrecy like the side over here, I'm saying, again, Madam Speaker, see me and live with me is 2 different things. So I am not in favor. I'm in favor of a roadmap that leads us away from the governor doing this. Madam Speaker, I've said this house publicly, I have the same passport as me, give me the job. So, Madam Speaker, I don't see that. I am not in favor of that. Madam Speaker, you see, in that same recommendation, they talk about this modern partnership. I think it was in the review that was done by Gerald Ferrara. Someone made mention of a leaky ship. Madam Speaker, that vessel has so many holes in it. If we pull out from Road Harbor, we making it off the bluff. We taking in water all now, Madam Speaker. That partnership isn't working. It's not the way it is. See me and live with me. Madam Speaker, you see this thing in here, recommendation 24. I support it. It's where the Constitution should include a section that stipulates that the UK Secretary of State will make the Premier aware of any draft UK Act intended to apply directly to the Virgin Islands or order in Council to be made extending any provision of a UK Act to the Virgin Islands, which means you're making laws up there for us. But Madam Speaker, what I would ask the Commission to consider is not just the Cabinet should be involved in this or the Premier. You see this body right here? Madam Speaker, include us. Because the one thing I've learned in this House is, when you sit and you listen, you might hear something you weren't thinking about. So include all of us. Madam Speaker, there is recommendation 25, election expenses. But Madam Speaker, I have this motto. When you're betting on the horse and the horse win, you don't own it. Madam Speaker, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association had a committee to observe elections in April of 2023. And within that document, they made recommendations to deal with campaign expenses and how things were funded. Because around here, people bet on the same horse in different colors, and then when the horse win, you know, they own the horse. Madam Speaker, I support this, but it also came in the bill that we read last week in the elections bill. There are provisions for that. Madam Speaker, recommendation 26, statutory bodies. This is very simple. The Commission says that the statutory bodies need to submit their annual reports annually. Madam Speaker, you've been in here longer than me. Have you ever seen one for BVI HSA? But the minister said he hasn't seen one himself. That's a testament, Madam Speaker. I know I was not talking things that, you know, I was a little off and I felt maybe I missed it. Madam Speaker, I look at all those reports that come in here because it's my job. But Madam Speaker, where is it? Where is it? You telling me again we have to go and get somebody to tell us we need to do this? You have to put this in our constitution? Madam Speaker, this is something that's expected of executives. And we here putting it in. You think they're going to study it when it's in here? Madam Speaker, come on. This is the level that we have to go to get people to do their job? Nonsense. Recommendation number 27. Madam Speaker, with you right now. The Constitution allows for elected member of the House to be the Speaker. You know, we're going to never do that. Ain't nobody getting up from down here and going up there, go sit down, and they can't speak. Nobody doing that, Madam Speaker. That will never happen. Madam Speaker, you see, earlier this year, they removed the Deputy Speaker that was up there. They said he was doing a good job. Member for the thought, Deputy Premier said he was doing a good job. But we hauled him out the chair because he had on green. That's why it was, what was it the minister said? I wasn't bleeding green. But she bleed green. I don't bleed green. That's why you cut me, bleed me the same, my blood is the same color as the rest of y'all in here. But Madam Speaker, listen, let me tell you something, right? When you sit in a job and you every day have to be conscious of the fact that if you don't do what is implied to be what others want, you will get removed. So, Madam Speaker, let me tell you this. I'm going to say for you, I admire you. I admire all the speakers that came before because political pressure is real. It's very real. So, Madam Speaker, I support what the leader of opposition said. 75% majority. Ain't everybody across the aisle going to get rid of the speaker and the deputy speaker because whatever applies to the speaker applies to the deputy speaker. And let me just say the deputy speaker is doing a great job right now. Because he is. But Madam Speaker, we could fix that. Recommendation 28 and 29, declaration of interest. Madam Speaker, anywhere in the BVI or in any country where you ask and demand that people declare their interest, I'm in support. Relationships with ministers and departments, recommendation 30. Madam Speaker, it says in the report that top managers in the public service are to include in the terms of references to ministers having direction and control of our ministry. And at the level of frustration that top managers had, they went to the commission. That's the way. They were upset. They went. Whether all of it was justified, I don't know. It also recommends that a great recommendation on the training for new ministers, permanent secretaries, deputy permanent secretaries, and an amendment to the Public Service Management Code to include the redress where a permanent secretary, they have parliamentary secretary, raises concerns about political interference by a minister. Madam Speaker, let me say this to you, right? Since getting into this house, I have had complaints by public officers of ministers reaching into HR situations. Ministers throwing, what's the best word to use here, Madam Speaker? Inappropriate words at them. Madam Speaker, I have had where personnel in the ministries would say, or even outside of the department, ministers left them crying. Well, Madam Speaker, there is a way that you can go and you can make a complaint because there's a ministerial code. But Madam Speaker, we know how this country is. You get up and you start saying this person and that and this and that, and it creates a problem. This was a true indication of people feeling afraid. Madam Speaker, let me tell you something. I have spent some time talking to some permanent secretaries in the past, and I've said to them, what is your role? Administrative, Madam Speaker, and the minister is policy. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some ministers who have experience as leaders, managers, and they can direct. But Madam Speaker, ain't everybody have it. And maybe that's why it's the way it is. Because further in this document, one of the recommendations talks about ministers being more clear in their cabinet papers that they bring. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I support this. I support making sure all people feel good at what, comfortable in their job once they're doing their work. But accountable as well, because the accountability can't just be on the ministers. It have to be on the people also in the ministries. Because sometimes I've seen it. You have someone in your ministry and you can't get them to do what is necessary, they're not doing their job, you can't move them out. So even though the at-large junior minister said that sometimes you can't get people hired, Madam Speaker, I can't to some of the people in the public office, public sector, try getting them out. You can't get them in, you can't get them out. So, Madam Speaker, that's not something that we need to address. Yes, lay it at the foot of the governor, but then lay it at the foot of our people as well. Lay it there. And when I say all people, again I say where the deputy governor is inside this situation. Where is he inside this document? I'm going to keep saying it. Madam Speaker, what I'm going to say is this, right? You see, when you say that a minister's goals need to be clearly articulated before papers are taken to cabinet, it's right there in the document. Madam Speaker, I believe sometimes you went up with initiatives like 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days. Maybe you get something like BVI Love. Madam Speaker, when a minister is not clear as to what they want, you know what they're doing? They're wasting public funds. I just want to be clear on that. Because we could probably have a whole library down here in the BVI. In some ministries, they probably have enough initiatives that were started and they implement. And Madam Speaker, I said that in this house. I said, some are very good at implementation. And I'll come into it soon. But when you circle back, the money was spent, but we have nothing to show for it. I'm coming back. Madam Speaker, recommendation 31 on page 118, the next steps to self-determination. A lot of people said this. Education, public education. Madam Speaker, it says civics in school. As an educator, I understand that. Madam Speaker, do you know, and I'm not ashamed to say this, the late Emogene Cricky, I did not know growing up on Main Street and Longbush the significance of that lady. I didn't know it. Recently in the House of Assembly, it wasn't taught to me, Honorable. So how am I going to develop it? How are we going to, we always take for granted that things are taught in schools, but how many of us look inside the school curriculum? We don't. Madam Speaker, you know, when you look at how you prepare a country, steps were taken. National dress, national song, we did all these things. But Madam Speaker, within the curriculum of our schools, where is it? When last have we revisited it? Do you know Virgin Islands history? And the Premier will know this, and Dr. Dawson will know this too. Honorable Dawson, sorry. Virgin Islands history is taught where? At the college. It's only when you get up there. And then even now when a person is going to try to get their belonger status or their residency, we give them a little quiz. Madam Speaker, we think people born knowing who they are. No, you teach them. That's why Virgin Islanders in this country right now, and we're going to get to that, they're telling you that they are part of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, you see the commission says that all people, because they put it in writing, they have a trust issue with us. It's been said. They're reluctant. That's why we can't get them to go down this road, Madam Speaker. But on page 181, and I encourage the public to take a look at it, recommendation 31, the commission lays out a road for us. To me, they went and they did more than they needed to do. They said education. They said find ways to meet our people. Focus groups, Madam Speaker, online forums, all these things they did. They talked about the Human Rights Commission again. Again, Madam Speaker, twice in there. They talked about better planning. Oh, Madam Speaker, I ain't going to throw the pun on the government now, because you know whenever you say the word plan, and this government is, you hear the word no, right? What me gonna do it? But in here it said better planning. It called for a population study, Madam Speaker. So you look at the resources in the BVI, what it is, and how do you do it. Succession planning being adopted, Madam Speaker. I love recommendation 31. I love it, Madam Speaker. It talked about a detailed study on the cost of self-improvement, self-government. Madam Speaker, how much is it going to cost for us to go to that self-determination thing that seems like a fragment in some people's mind? Premier, you have a cost for that? Maybe we should give people cost. Let people know what it look like. Madam Speaker, it's a savings. I hear you. There was even one individual that said we needed to set up a decolonization commission. I saw that in there. I like that idea, Madam Speaker, because that commission will be responsible for where we're going and what we're doing. It would help us. But you know, Madam Speaker, number 5 is always the one. That was the one right there. Again, this word referendum. Madam Speaker, all over the document. But you have to give them unbiased education. So, Madam Speaker, we have elections in 2027, God spare life. I hear in 2026. But, Madam Speaker, why not do the referendum then? And if it fails, Madam Speaker, what are we afraid of? 2027, it fails, do it 4 years again. Between that point in time, educate the people more. Get them ready. Get the country ready. And Madam Speaker, maybe, like what Honorable Wheatley said, maybe by 2034-ish, we might get there, or at least all people will be more educated as to what it looks like, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, when you're sitting in neutral, and you expect people to come and push your car, that vehicle ain't going nowhere. Madam Speaker, recommendation 32, I'll be very brief on that. Judge-only criminal trials. Madam Speaker, there's a lady called Chief Justice Janice Pereira. God bless her soul. Tuesday the 11th, 2022, at the opening of the new law year, Justice Pereira, Dame Pereira, she made a pointed statement, Madam Speaker. And she called, she says, the criminal justice system is in dire need of a robust reform. As I expressed in my last address, the time is ripe for our governments to assist the judiciary by including in their own legislative agendas criminal justice reform measures, such as provisions for the implementation of a judge-alone trials for specific case types within the context of the constitutionally guaranteed right to a fair trial. Madam Speaker, that's one of ours. That's one of ours, Madam Speaker, at the highest level. I don't think I need to say anything more. Let me make that one happen. Recommendations 33. Within this one, I have no issue with 33 and 34. 35, Ancestral Virgin Islander. Madam Speaker, unless I read this wrong, it said that it's recommended to replace the term Virgin Islander in the preamble with people of the Virgin Islands. I'm going to just say that's what I understood it to mean. Okay, I think again, public discussions on that, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to get into ancestry in the Virgin Islands. My parents were not born here. I do inherently believe that anyone who was born here has a right. I'm not going to argue it, but I'm going to come back to it. Madam Speaker, recommendation 36. I was pleased to see that within this recommendation for Crown lands, they included, Madam Speaker, to redefine the exclusive fisheries zone or the exclusive economic zone in our territorial waters. Honorable Turnbull spoke about it. Madam Speaker, we can't just protect what's above the ground, you know. Not just the solid ground. We own that land under the water too. And everything that falls down there, every fish, every rock, it's ours. And we must make sure that we own it. So I'm happy to see this. But Madam Speaker, you know, there was mention of the Anegadians' land. But I've also heard people say there's land in Virgin Gala that still has yet to be distributed as well. So Madam Speaker, again, I know the last sitting of the House, I asked the Deputy Premier about the Crown Lands Board. He told me, you know, they're moving. So I'm happy to hear that. Now, Madam Speaker, here's a touchy one. Recommendation 38. Definition of marriage. Now, Madam Speaker, the Commission says that they recommended definition of marriage in the Virgin Islands be between a man and a woman, opposite sex. Madam Speaker, I'm going to touch on it inside here. I don't know if others are apprehensive, but it's fine, it's there. Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands population, in my opinion, largely agree or would agree with what was there, especially based on what was said with the commission. It's there. But I encourage my colleagues to finally come to a decision on this, because it is not going to go away. Persons in the community who want to have a right, whether it's because of passing on what valuable items they have to others in their life that they care about, give them away. Give them something, Madam Speaker. I am not here to judge it, but I want to say I agree with what the commission has, but I also say that we need to address this. It is not going to go away. Recommendation 39 and 40, Madam Speaker. Public officers' right to participate in public activities. Madam Speaker, you know, within the Virgin Islands, growing up and working here, I've seen people who are members of the Virgin Islands Party, the NDP, PVIM. I think that's the main party. Well, PU, I won't say much about PU, because I don't know that much about PU. But I have seen members of public officers who, they go to rallies, Madam Speaker, they wear the colors. Madam Speaker, some of them sit inside the Congress and vote. Yes, Honorable. And we talking about this? But Madam Speaker, this already happening for the ones who brave enough. But if you get up on social media and you say something, or you jump on the radio, you get a call. And they tell you, pull it back. Madam Speaker, that's hypocrisy. It already exists. You have some of the most intelligent individuals in our public sector who understand governance, public administration, and how our country runs, and we don't want them to voice their voices if they choose. We don't want them to run for public office unless they resign. Madam Speaker, and yet we say that the population here in the BVI, when it comes to eligibility for House of Assembly, is small. Madam Speaker, you ever see somebody, what the old people say, you cut your nose to spite your face? Yeah. I think that's what it is. Madam Speaker, recommendation 41 and 42. So 41 focused on secondary education. And Madam Speaker, let me say this. I wish that the Commission had recommended amendments to the Education Act, like how they did to other legislation, to ensure a comprehensive review of the education system. And Madam Speaker, the reason why I'm saying this is because I've said it and I've said it and I've said it. Madam Speaker, right now in the BVI, education is receiving more, it was said, more money from the sitting government than it has ever had. Madam Speaker, let's go a little further. Education is receiving more private donorship than it has ever had in this territory. Millions and millions and millions, Madam Speaker. But we didn't do a review of the system. And we don't have any data, Madam Speaker, because it's been admitted by the minister that only in January of this year did they start to collect data. Because I've asked those questions in the House, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this is my question. We're going full steam ahead, Madam Speaker. But it looks like we're going with any boiling water. You when you shake up a bottle, Madam Speaker, you get fizz. That's what pouring it. Because there's no data behind it. Madam Speaker, the rated program, that's part of education because it's supposed to be apprenticeship. And I wish the Commission went into it too. Because again, you have millions and millions of dollars going into it. Because it's a workforce training program. It falls under education. Madam Speaker, what's the number of professional bush cutters we got now? Do we boast that? There's a young lady who walked in the house this morning. She's a testament. Working for the House of Assembly, I don't want to call her name publicly, but she started in the rated program. But Madam Speaker, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stories, that's not enough to justify the rate of investment of the public funds in the rated program. Madam Speaker, we should be developing professionals, careers through that program. When you see millions and millions, last year, what, 3, 4 million? The year before, 3, 4 million? Madam Speaker, we could have built a school with that and put them in it. Madam Speaker, 42, the rights of differently able to be amended. And as the leader of opposition says, it's interesting that we had to put these things in here, but I realize the Commission put things in here because maybe they're not getting enough attention. Madam Speaker, again I would say that the territory lacks a comprehensive Disabilities Act, Madam Speaker. You know, mention is made of people with disabilities in the Public Assistance Act. But Madam Speaker, we could go further than that. We could go further. Madam Speaker, you know, we've been here talking about the Cayman Islands and Bermuda and talks. Madam Speaker, you know, there's a Disabilities Act of 2016 in the Cayman Islands, and it's named after an Olympian called Solomon Webster. Madam Speaker, you know, it created a national council for persons with disabilities to advocate for equality, among other things. Madam Speaker, we could do this. Madam Speaker, we could do this. Madam Speaker, when you look to foreign or you look to neighbors, borrow what they have. You never see a neighbor peep through your window and then see you get a new car or something and they go buy one the next week? But we don't do the same thing. Mockery is the highest form of flattery. Madam Speaker, let me mock some people. Mimicry. Premier, you know, I'm just a teacher. Madam Speaker, 43, seniors. Madam Speaker, I hope one day God gives me the life, the strength, the health to become a senior in this country. But the way how we treat them, I don't want to be one. It says the commission asks to include elders' rights in chapter 20. Madam Speaker, any room, any tree, I'm going to advocate for seniors. That's why I advocated for the ones in North Sound to have their community center and their clinic, because they need it. But Madam Speaker, you know what would be nice? A human rights commission would have addressed this. They would have dealt with this. We wouldn't have needed it. Madam Speaker, this morning I got a message from a senior who's a former public officer screaming out. Can't get assistance from SDD, social development, because she doesn't qualify. Can't get any more money from Social Security. And her pension, she said, barely scraping a couple $100 a month. Madam Speaker, I feel the lady's pain. But what am I supposed to tell her? That I feel your pain, but there's nothing I could do? Well, the minister listening to me, the premier listening to me. I have 4 members of cabinet in front of me, Madam Speaker. I hope they're hearing me. 44 to 49, I have no issue with. I agree. Recommendation 50. It says to give the premier more authority to exercise functions in the best interest of the territory. These would be steps for more self-governance and must be included now. And we can't wait another 2 decades, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I speak about the Premier's office, I'm not talking about Honorable Natalia Wheatley. I'm talking about the office. Because despite when one member in here said the Premier is young, he could be here in the next 40 years, I would hope the Premier wouldn't want to be here in the next 40 years. Don't do that to us, Premier. Madam Speaker, I support anything that gives the government, the elected officials, the ability to make decisions for the people. And again, I say, with transparency and accountability, Madam Speaker. Because we can't go down the road saying we want more to do more, and then when we get, Madam Speaker, we're doing the opposite. Because just like how we would say that if somebody invades the BVI, or people will get upset and they may take up arms, I'm not encouraging it, Madam Speaker, but a person and a people, they have a breaking point. So be careful with what you ask for. Madam Speaker, recommendation 51. Fixed terms for elections. Madam Speaker, you know, if you put a referendum in here, and they have a fixed term, I know when the date is. I could make my plans. Madam Speaker, if you put in a fixed date, then I mean voter turnout might be a little bit more improved. But if you put a fixed date, Madam Speaker, it means the ruling government don't have an upper hand. That's all it means. It says 90 days. And the commission were trying here. They were really trying. They said, let's put 90 days and see how they react to it. And Madam Speaker, I support it. It's a step. Because 3 months ahead, you could plan. Okay, see them snaps, Madam Speaker? When you snap, it's your intention to get back in. But if you don't get back in, the public service in the country is left in a disadvantageous position, an unfortunate position to balance what you left. Madam Speaker, the worst thing in the world is when you carry a car to one mechanic and he start working on it, and then he walk off the job. Madam Speaker, we have to be fair to all people. I support that. Madam Speaker, recommendation 54, district councils. I agree with the comments. I remember the Premier campaigned in the District 7 for this. District councils, district councils, district councils. But let's test it out in Antigada. Because if it works in Antigada, it's going to work anyway. That's how I feel. So let's test it. Population policy number 55, Madam Speaker. I'm wrapping up. Madam Speaker, this document, when I saw recommendation 55, Madam Speaker, I had to smile and laugh. Because I was like, we don't have a population policy? For real? No, man. You serious? Madam Speaker, this explains a lot. And I'm not laying this at the feet of the present government. I'm laying it at the feet of any government, because I know there is a senior public officer somewhere sitting down right now, if they go hear me. You know, long mate, I've been telling them we need to do that. Madam Speaker, growth, size, proper planning, this is what this document does, this is what this strategy does. Madam Speaker, yes, we need this. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to address this before I sit. Madam Speaker, this is the letter that was written. And I don't know how many members received it, but I did. All of y'all received it. Very well. Madam Speaker, let me say this. I came to the Virgin Islands in 1978. A white man brought me across the Atlantic Ocean to the Caribbean. My father, with my mother. Madam Speaker, I have returned to the United Kingdom twice in my life. In 1994, the government of the Virgin Islands invested and began investing in my education. And I stand here as an educated man because of the taxpayers' dollars of this country. Madam Speaker, when I got my scholarship, my national scholarship, I was not legally a belonger. In 2007, when I left the public service as an educator and went to East End, Fat Ox Bay, to create that program, I had to reapply for my belonger status. Madam Speaker, I got it in March. A lot of people then were talking about that during the election. Madam Speaker, that's how I qualified to be in this house. Madam Speaker, you know something? It is interesting for me, for someone who was not born in the Virgin Islands, to hear the cry of someone, and neither of my parents, to hear the cry of someone, individuals who were born in a country, Madam Speaker, and the country says you're good enough to be educated by our money, you're good enough to be voted, to vote in our country, you're good enough to represent our country as an athlete. But guess what? You ain't good enough to sit in this house. Madam Speaker, you can measure a man and a woman by a lot in this world. But their love of their country. Madam Speaker, we see people come from every other Caribbean country. They have shorts with their flags. They have pants with their flags. They're waving their flag. These are young people who are writing and saying they want to be recognized in a way that can help their country. Most of them are not going to run for public office, Madam Speaker, but the right to do so. We deny them. Madam Speaker, then a person whose family, mother and father, born in the Virgin Islands, gone foreign, them only got, and they won't born, they only got to come back here and live for 5 years and they have the right. But the child, the man or woman who grew up in the Virgin Islands, born here, lived all their life here, Madam Speaker, we say no to them. Madam Speaker, I do not have the answer to this, but what I have is an outcry in my hand. The outcry is look at me. And Madam Speaker, I submit to you, the reason why I feel this, Madam Speaker, is because I feel at times when I read this letter, being born in the Virgin Islands, they got more right to be in this house than me. I don't know how much more plain I could put that, Madam Speaker. When a personality on the radio gets up and says that as a belonger, I shouldn't have the right to vote in a referendum. When you had lived in Detroit, what you were doing? I gone there. The immunity in this house is something that is used when it's necessary. And as a junior member, I know that. Because I built mine in this country, work with young people. Had I gotten that money for that neighborhood partnership project, my people would have gotten what they needed. Let's go there. Madam Speaker, a man is judged by when he's given the opportunity and what he does with it. Leadership, as I said in the beginning of this, Madam Speaker, is not to put yourself in position, it's to put the people around you in a better place. I don't want to be on the wall on that side. If it happens, it happens. But you see these people, the 19 people here, and I heard some murmurs that they didn't sign the name. The fact that they didn't put their name is because they're still afraid of being victimized in their own country. And why they're afraid of being victimized? Because we have people in the public domain saying that as a belanger, you can't vote. You should not vote in a referendum. Now, Speaker, I all for freedom of speech, lay it out. But I don't have my freedom of speech too. Madam Speaker, let me say this, right? This document was completed November the 27th, 2023. Madam Speaker, we nearly 2 years it take to get this inside here. What happened? They won't urge. We spending days here debating a document that we had for 2 years. And we upset because the public out there ain't listening. Madam Speaker, accountability. Accountability is weighty. Not for the kind of salary we gain. If not, Madam Speaker, let me ask you a question. Madam Speaker, if I ask the Premier, and it's rhetorical, since we had 2 years sitting on this document, is the delegation already chosen? No. To go to the UK. We ain't chosen the delegation yet? Nobody get chosen? Okay, all right. I just asking. Not a soul. All right. I'm going to leave that there and come back to that one of these days, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I started this by saying that when you look at this document, and when I looked at this document, I asked a lot of whys. And we as leaders sometimes don't want to stop and understand that all people have whys. All people asking us, why the roads like that? Why the healthcare like that? Why education like that? Why is it, Madam Speaker, that pensions are the way they are? Why water like that, Madam Speaker? Why? And you know, we throwing back at them? Who? When? What? And then we say, come follow us on a road to self-determination. Let that road to self-determination, Madam Speaker, begin with education. Let it begin with a road that is paved. Madam Speaker, let it begin with water running in the pipes so people could bathe and show up for these meetings. Madam Speaker, let it begin so that all seniors are included. Human rights are included. Madam Speaker, there's so many things in this document that we have already either started or could have finished. Madam Speaker, when a people wants to be included in something, let's do it. It is not the entire population that wants to be included in all we do. But for those who want to be included, let them come. What are we afraid of? Criticism? They criticize us when we won't give them anything. They're going to criticize us more when we give them. That's what leadership is. It's about facing what is in front of you, Madam Speaker. So if self-determination is in front of us, Madam Speaker, we go face it. But we got to face it with our people. At times it seems like we want to behave like a parent who have a disobedient child and you're grabbing them and dragging them on the road. Madam Speaker, that's not how you lead. Madam Speaker, I am privileged, I am humbled to be in this House of Assembly because I may not have been in here for many reasons. I will never forget the people who voted for me, the people who meet me on the street and criticize me and encourage me. Because, Madam Speaker, my legacy is not in this house. My legacy is with my people. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Communications and Works. Yes, I recognize the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today, I rise to give my contribution to this constitutional review report. But Madam Speaker, before I start, today is known as Centenarian Day. And, we must recognize our seniors within our community. Madam Speaker, especially for my community, we have Ms. Christine Hodge, who have seen some mornings, as my grandfather used to say. He used to say, "Kai, you ain't seen no morning yet." She's 101. I know Mr. Evelyn Hodge, he is, I think, 102 as well. I actually used to work with him at Ports Authority. And we also have Muddy from, who I grew up with. We share a birthday. And I just want to recognize our centenarian, Miss Esme Stout, Muddy as we grew up calling her. But, I just want to make reference to them and the others within the community. I think there are about 5 or 6 or 7. We just lost Miss Creaky the other day. But I just want to recognize them as, we go through this document, and you must remember that they actually would have played a role in terms of constitutions from time past and the building up of our community. So we recognize them, and the Ministry of Health, I think they're having a special recognition for them, and I support that. Madam Speaker, we're here, Constitutional Review Report, 20 years, just about 20 years later. And, members would have spoken about the different recommendations, 57 of them. And what is most prevalent in this report is the contributions from the people of this community. And when it's all said and done, is what do we expect from this document? And most importantly, is our aspirations. And we expect the highest aspiration for us as a people. And this constitution, as we mentioned, is about 20 years old, and we want to make sure that it meets that aspiration for us as a people. Madam Speaker, we understand that this is basically going to be a negotiation. It's going to be a negotiation, and like anything, like anybody who wants to advance, we will ask for greater responsibility, whether it's for our security, for borders, international representation. With those responsibilities, most definitely, we must demonstrate our capability and our unwavering commitment to good governance. So, as I was preparing for this and I jot down my notes, a question that was prevalent. And I was going to ask the Premier, are you sure this is the right time for us to negotiate this constitution? I mean, this is going to be about the 5th time we are going through this process. I know we had various amendments and so forth. But I asked if it was the right time because we had this order in council hanging over our heads. Well, Madam Speaker, today we could celebrate. God is good. Imagine that. Just last week, we were wondering, how can we go to our administering powers and try to advance our constitution with this I won't say a gun, but under this veil, and you know, under this scenario where we have, they could say, you know, we suspending your constitution, so what you come up here for? But today, you know, we got the letter, and what surprised me though, is I had to make sure I went back into my calendar and make sure that if today was the 22nd of September, because I saw a letter written to the Premier, 22nd of September, and the same letter addressed to the Premier is published to the public. By whom? Premier, you know, it bothered me a second because we're you know, we try to be in this respectful relationship. But you are getting a letter addressed to you today. I'm not sure if you even read it. But the rest of the public is reading this letter about this order in council. Premier, I don't know what conversations you had with, whether it's the governor or the UK or whomever, but it's good news for us. I think we worked really hard. We worked really hard in terms of those 48 recommendations, whereas we know number one was to suspend part of the Constitution. And I must applaud all who were involved, from, you know, the Premier, the unity government, despite members would say they were in the, you know, the closet. I think they claim it to be. You know, we all worked collaboratively to get these reforms in place. 48 of them. But what I can say is that we actually did about 125 or different of the reforms. We took it even further. And Madam Speaker, let me tell you, you know, during those times, I heard members speak about cabinet and the behavior. See someone and live with them is two different things. Madam Speaker, it wasn't easy. The kind of hard word we used to get in cabinet, we were under duress. We were under duress under these times, Madam Speaker, but we persevered. And, you know, I must acknowledge the fact that today we can say, when we do go through this process, now we're here debating, we go into the committee stage. I mean, you know, recommendation one of this constitutional review speaks to transparency and, you know, public consultation. You know, what would be a challenge is that we go into committee. There are things that we would agree upon, there are things that we wouldn't agree upon, but the public would not be aware of. But we've started the process, we have the tabulators, we have the persons taking notes, and we will provide a report, hopefully in unison in this honorable house. I mean, I'm not going to speak about the challenges that we have when we sit here and we agree on something and then then it turns into politics. We've lived that in 2007. But we are mature. We are experienced. And we saw what those things cost for us as a territory. So, we go through this process, Madam Speaker, and hopefully we get a constitution that is for our people. So but a few questions that I had, Madam Speaker, as I started to do my research. And the first question was, what is a constitution? I think that was something that I needed to understand. What is a constitution? Madam Speaker, according to the Webster Dictionary, constitutions are the basic principles of law of a nation, state, or social group that determines the powers and duties of the government and guarantee certain rights to the people in it. Moreover, it is a written instrument embodying the rules of a political or social organization. Constitution enshrines fundamental rights and liberties for individuals, providing protections against abuses by the state or other entities. These rights can include freedom of speech, religion, assembly, and due process. In all of this, Madam Speaker, I came to the conclusion that a constitution is about humanity of the people that it governs. The guy flying, seems like he's trying to tell me something. Madam Speaker, it is about the humanity of the people that it governs. That's quite important in these modern times. Madam Speaker, as a people, we must recognize ourselves and our culture in a constitution. And I think this assists us in envisioning the future that we want for ourselves and our generations. That is how important this process is as we go through this. It must also build on the vision, it must build on the dreams, the experiences, and our values. And Madam Speaker, based on human rights and the UN Charter, this is already ours. So, as I go through my community, persons, they ask me, because I had these dialogue with the people in my community. They ask me this question. These are the things that govern us. We talk about the humanity of our people. So they ask me, how could an administering power that lives miles and miles away from you? Now, they might be well-intentioned, but how can they dictate, or how can they give you a constitution of a people who they don't know? They don't know the deepest aspirations. They don't know anything about the people. So that is a negotiation that we have. We have to go through in terms of letting them know what we as a people want, and then obviously what they will give. So, I've used this concept before, and I think it reflects on the relationship with our ministering power. Me, it's like, me, I graduated high school, I've used this. I graduated and I'm working, but I still live in my parents' house. That's like, grown children living in a family home. Matured, paying all the bills, but it still don't have the freedom and the access of that house. I know my situation, my grandfather used to tell me, there's only one man in this house. And I see that with how we are as a Virgin Islands, because despite us regaining our legislature back in 1950, we started paying our own bills from 1978. We've been maintaining, we've been getting our own money, we've been paying our own bills. But here we are today, seeming like as if we're fighting to get what the people of the territory said that they want to achieve. Because when we go And if it's not in line with what our administering power is saying, most definitely, we're not going to get it. So it takes me to another question. It's like, we're considering this, the difference between delegation and devolution. Delegation, Madam Speaker, is power that is lent to you. Could be taken back at any time. And that's the current reality of a lot of the functions that we have in this territory. They only allow us, it's not an entitlement. So our goal is to move from delegated powers, delegated privileges, to devolved authority. I think this is meaningful constitutional reform. And I agree with you, because we want to be able to manage our affairs. We want to advance this territory as we have been doing with the aspiration that we have. We see it in the preamble. This ain't about severing ties, Madam Speaker. This ain't about being disrespectful. This is just a maturing relationship where, we want to be able to manage our affairs. We're not rebelling like, the at-large member talk about, children when they don't listen. And what are the terms you use? So, Madam Speaker, we want a partnership. And the UK have spoken about partnership for quite some time. I heard my at-large colleagues speak about the white papers back in 2012. Even as far back as 1999. And there is a report that I will refer to just as recent as 2019, when they spoke about, this partnership. And even a document that was signed just in 2023. And I could recall, I'll give the details about that, is a framework, is a joint declaration of government between the United Kingdom and the overseas territories. It says a modern partnership. And I think the Virgin Islands were nearly one of the last to sign because we had a lot of questions pertaining to it. Well, Madam Speaker, I understand the constitutional, this reform is not about us here just debating. We sound good, we're talking about the recommendations, but it all happens when this report is completed and we go with our negotiation team to the UK. So, I want to quote Marcus Garvey. I made mention of him. He said, emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. It's a difficult walk of unlearning a narrative of dependency and recognizing basically the chains that we must break. Those chains that are not around our wrists, but those that constrain our thoughts and our minds and our imaginations. My honorable colleague mentioned Mr. McWellington Tadmon, when he was a supporter of the Virgin Islands moving towards self-determination. He said, in quote, "My chains grew, my very chains and I grew friends. So much a long acquaintance tends to make us what we are," in close. Madam Speaker, that's our challenge. Simply put, we've worked hard to make friends with the chains that bounds us. And while denying the efforts of those who want to break those chains, but we have not done the work on the ground to liberate our minds. None but ourselves can free our minds so that our Constitution can reflect who we are as a people. Madam Speaker, Mr. Tadman would describe the reforms led back in 1950s general election, and I quote, "an instrument minimal in its intent and its effect." So today I ask the same question. Will this Constitution that will emerge from this review be insignificant in both intent and effect? That's a question I'd like to ask. It takes me to the 2 points in the 2 areas in the heart of this constitutional reform: democracy and empowerment. Democracy, Madam Speaker, is a form of government in which political power is vested in the people, who exercise that power directly or through elected representatives. So I would say that we have democracy because we were duly elected by our people. But our democracy, however, lives in fear, because at any moment, we can be taken from us. And, we saw what happened back in 2022, 2021. But, Madam Speaker, as we went through that process with the COI, something always came up, and, that was always the term corruption, and I know my honorable cousin spoke of that quite often. But Madam Speaker, it's not us alone. We'll make some mistakes here, we'll make some mistakes there. But, when you turn on the TV and you see what's happening elsewhere, you want to know if it's just us at times based on us being penalized. But Madam Speaker, we are resilient people. And, when we're faced with challenges, we always try to step up. I heard a preacher at a funeral say, he said, when things are going good, we get complacent. When things are not, you find means of trying to get better. He said, he don't like when things are going so good because things remain stagnant. I presume I could use it in the context of what we have gone through since the COI and all the work that we have done in terms of building our institutions. So, Madam Speaker, the order in council. I have to refer to it again because I feel so good knowing now that we can go to, our administrative powers and say, listen, we are going to, this is what our people said that we want, and I hope we go with a united front so that we can achieve exactly what was done by the Constitutional Review Committee. And I must make mention of the chair lady. This is Mrs. Lisa Penletson and the work that she did during this process. And her commitment remains. And we had one of our members who supported her here also. And, we're just gracious for all the work that you and the team did during that time. And I think you did it under duress as well. Because during those times, there were quite a lot of things that came up during those meetings, especially, I attended one specifically, and you tried to steer them towards the terms of reference. But Madam Speaker, what I, must say as going through this process, this House of Assembly, back in July 2020, there was a resolution for the Constitution. This was back in 2020, because when we got elected in 2019, it was a priority for us to amend this Constitution. I think, Ms. Letsom, you were the chair as well at that time. But once the COI was called, then the terms of reference, they were expanded. So that was revised back when the report, I think the report came in April 28, 2022, with an expanded terms of reference. But we are grateful for the work that you did, hence we are here. And I must say it's the recommendations. Members would have stated their points, and many, and I will do so as well. So, Madam Speaker, in my humble opinion, I think we are working to dissolve some of this responsibility. For example, members would have spoken about the public service. Devolving responsibility for the administration of our courts. Even internal security, external affairs, and all the elected arms of government. Now I know the internal security, that would be something that we definitely have to negotiate, because the law enforcement review, I know that is probably tied into that. Well, Madam Speaker, where power and authority, they're presently merely delegated to us in those areas like external affairs, concerning regional, concerning economic and environmental affairs, and even the UN matters, I think these should be fully devolved. I mean, we already have responsibility for going to CARICOM and OECS, and even the relationship between the USVI and the British Virgin Islands. In that relationship, I think that came about in the 1967 Constitution. But I think this must be captured in our Constitution, as to reflect this reality that these responsibilities should be devolved to elected government. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, to solidify this relationship, other members have said it and I support it, Cabinet should be chaired by the Premier, and he should sit as a head of government. Now, the king or the representative could sit at the head of state. We've seen this. But I don't think that he should be in cabinet. And this is not even a radical idea, Madam Speaker. Because when you think back, how long ago 1968 was? Back in 1968, when Bermuda they had their constitution, the governor never sat in cabinet since then. I think we are fitting to be able to achieve the same thing. I don't even think he's even allowed to go into the House of Assembly. I know we had our challenges with swearing in the governor in our House of Assembly, and we support that. You know, this is a sacred institution. And I think we should make it explicit in the Constitution. What a thing that would be. I mean, Madam Speaker, you know, I spoke about the memoirs of H.R. Penn a bit earlier. And, you know, the contributions he and others would have made. And the reason I mention him is because when I read his memoir, I actually got the memoir from Honorable Carvin Malone. And when I read through it, I saw that his mother was actually a rhymer. And I said, you know, her name was actually Hilda Rhymer. So that was quite intriguing to me. It shows that, you know, the history of our territory, our history is not made by legends or distant people. I mean, they're in there. But it's the sons and daughters of the soil. And, you know, it's a testament to what we can achieve, you know, from those who have served. And, you know, I encourage persons to read it. It's you know, it speaks to what was done even before the March of 1949. The first Legislative Council spoke to, you know, even the first Constitution. And clearly you would see that us as a people, we always wanted to achieve more. You won't believe, Madam Speaker, that even in his memoir, back from 1947, there was this continued struggle. The government against the opposition, and, you know, the fight for various powers who presented their own constitution, their own, you know, this is not new. I'm not saying that we're here fighting. We're in a democracy, so everybody have the opportunity to speak what they think should be in the Constitution. But when we are finished, I'm hoping there'll be the cohesion where we'll say that yes, A, B, C, D, we all agree. So when we go to negotiate, you know, something won't be done in one room, and you know how they like to pick us off. You know, they sit with members of the opposition on one side and members of the government and try to make us speak against each other. That's you know, they work some psychology on us. You know, you might hear them say, you don't want to agree for that. You'll be the first this, so you'll be the first that. But I think, you know, as we're mature people in this house, when we go forward, we will all be singing from the same Sankey. The same Sankey hymn book. Madam Speaker, we cannot look at this constitutional review, well, I'll say constitutional reform, without taking a deeper look into the context in which the reforms were proposed. We don't live in isolation. We are still an overseas territory. So we have parents. You know, but our parents, they were supposed to pave a path for us and make sure that we have the proper infrastructure in place to build consensus. Education, we speak about education. Enhance our communities. Even train our public servants. Our parents, they were supposed to be doing this for us. And as I mentioned, from 1978, we stopped receiving any sort of grant. Kudos to the government at that time, and until now, because we haven't since that time. So we're paying our bills, but we don't necessarily have access to the house. Madam Speaker, a few years ago, our administering powers, they left the European Union. But it's their prerogative to do what they want. But right there, their promotion of global Britain started. I raised this global Britain and Brexit, as it's called, because we are right smack dab in the center of their global reach. Because of where we are placed, we're strategically placed, and it's because of our vast biodiversity that makes us so important to them. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to go to this report that I spoke about. It was a report, the 21st of February 2019. The Foreign Affairs Committee, they published a report, Global Britain and the British Overseas Territories Resetting the Relationship. And there were some questions asked and the government answered. Things included in there that I think the only member spoke about, this is number 40, speaking about what we are going to do with our bills of right in our recommendation. And I know this will be a discussion, but clearly the UK, they are willing to legislate for us to make sure that same-sex marriage is legalized. Now, in that report, it said government should set a date by which it expects all overseas territories to have legalized same-sex marriage. If that deadline is not met, the government should intervene through legislation or an order in council. Those were some of the conversations that they had, and we've seen, I think Cayman Islands, it was done for them, and I think the court now has intervened. But it just goes to show that, these are some of the challenges that we'll face and some of the conversations that we'll definitely have to have. Because in the recommendation here it says the Constitution should be amended to state clearly that marriage is between a man and a woman of opposite sex. I think right now it's not explicit, hence it was asked to clarify that. Madam Speaker, since about 1946, the Virgin Islands, we've been listed on the United Nations list of non-self-governing territories under the administering powers of the United Kingdom. I don't think we should be discussing constitutional reform without examining that report, that special report, the special committee on decolonization. It was known as the C24, and they were here last year, August 26 and 27. And Madam Speaker, that mission was to gather first-hand information with regards to political development, including the constitutional review process, as well as to take stock of the economic, social, and environmental situations of the territory and make recommendations for further decolonization of the Virgin Islands. That report is actually a public document, so I think we could read it and see what it says. One of my great interests, Madam Speaker, were the conclusion of which the recommendations, they were designed, they were contained in item 122 to 133 of the report. And the conclusion said, the need to improve education on decolonization and self-determination so that the population can make informed decisions about the future of the territory. I also said the need for the territory to preserve its identity and cultural richness and values, while highlighting the existing human capacity and resilience that enable the territory to overcome difficulties. By ending reliance on granting aid and building a vibrant society and ensure continued progress in all aspects. It noted that the positioning of the country was stronger than many OECS territories when they gained independence. It made some other observations. The strong and vibrant determination of the people of the territory in respect to their future political status remains unquestionable and undiminished. I also said more work is needed within communities and among the people, their political leaders and their administering power to build mutual trust and confidence. Madam Speaker, based on those recommendations, I will summarize the recommendations by saying key steps had to be identified for the Virgin Islands to advance in the path to self-determination. And many of those steps are outlined in the report. It also speaks to implementation of a national education program on the quest for self-determination and supporting the administering power based on that national education. And also it spoke about a timetable when we should speak about independence, as was outlined in the report. Well, Speaker, the report, it was titled, Looking to the Future Through the Lens of the Past. I spoke about the terms of reference and how this came about. And the terms of reference, the Commission was required to consider, among other things, aspirations of our people, how to hold ministerial government to account, the sufficiency of our independent institutions, the powers reserved to the governor and mechanisms to resolve disputes, and mechanisms for the future transfer of reserved powers, and the integrity of our democracy through election finance rules, the status of statutory boards and declaration of interest. This report must be measured against this definitive checklist. In my assessment, the Commission has largely endeavored to address these core issues. And, the people would have been the judge of that. Well, Madam Speaker, I think the 57 recommendations, I think they filled the gap from the 2007 constitutional order. I think they fill the gap. But, I would ask, was the mandate of the Commission sufficient to produce a constitution that could be adapted to changing societal needs? I believe, Madam Speaker, that's essential. I think it's essential that there is an established amendment process that will facilitate adoption of the Constitution to changing needs without having to return to the administering power. Do the Constitution, the recommendation, make governance more effective? I think the Constitution can enhance the effectiveness of governance by establishing a framework that promotes stability, accountability, and the protection of rights. At the same time, Madam Speaker, there must be a balance between effectiveness and accountability to prevent any sort of destabilization of any government. A good constitution, to me, places focus on individual rights as well as collective rights. The interpretation of the Constitution by one person, one branch of government, or even a collective should not have the ability to overreach, to override the protection of rights and liberties entrenched therein. So we have to safeguard individual rights and freedoms through the protection, through the creation of a framework for social justice and protection for the vulnerable groups from abuse. Madam Speaker, it is concerning in these modern times that somebody not elected or appointed will make the influence and impose their will on the Constitution and advocate for such a thing. Madam Speaker, as stated in the report, there was a time in the 1950s, as mentioned, when the at-large system was the basis on which elections were held. We were all in one territory, and voting rights at the time was limited to only landowners and who could pass a literacy test. You could imagine that? So the Constitution of 1954, it provided for adult suffrage where it include all adults. All adults could now vote. And we acknowledge the organizers of the Great March from that time, for advocating for empowerment and inclusion for everybody to actually vote and not just property owners. So you would understand at that time only a few people would be able to have vote. So based on adult suffrage, based on, they were able to elect who they want based on, who they liked. And then, that was the evolution of our constitutions. We heard about what took place in the 90s where, Honorable H. Lavity Stout, he was being forced to enforce the at-large system. And they had the reasons for that. And, based on persons who experienced it at the time, said he used it to his benefit. But, Madam Speaker, we are here, and we've seen there is a possibility, and I know we've made mention of Bermuda and their constitution, but whatever we can do even in advancement of that, I think now this is the time where we go through that process to make sure that we have this constitution that would be for us. Because if it took us nearly 20 years to get here, we're not sure when we will be back debating another constitution. So I feel privileged that I am here to speak on this constitution. Madam Speaker, the fourth set of the recommendations, they focus on transparency and accountability. Talk about broadening participation in decision-making through the establishment of committees, accountability through ensuring prompt delivery of reports, documents, and information. Spoke about increasing the number of ministers in the House, documentation of the policies, as well as the roles and their functions. Areas of competence for the governor, the premier, and the ministers, and also the discretionary powers of the governor. I'm supported to strengthen transparency and accountability of any government and increasing participation in democracy. And I think we should document clearly the procedures that guide our functioning. Madam Speaker, it's, as we are children in our parents' homes, I think it's the prerogative of the administering powers to maintain discretionary powers. But, a voice in my head as I was going through this asks, how will it allow us the autonomy to work within the confines of that? How? We've just lived through, the order in council and the COI, and it speaks to that relationship, that partnership. I know in the document it also speaks to, I'll move on as it speaks to the relationship between the minister and the ministry. and how that is supposed to work. But what I can say, Madam Speaker, is there is mention of the COI, and I mentioned the COI and all the reforms that we had to put in place. Let's see where it is. There were several areas. I mean, in terms of what was done with the COI, as I spoke about strengthening our institutions, Madam Speaker, the integrity framework, it supports the constitutional report. If you go through, and there are about 10 of the recommendations that it supported. Transparency, public consultation, membership to resign. Number 10, it fixed House of Assembly schedule. It also spoke to inquiries and hearings. So it actually helps to prepare us. And there were quite a lot, I even speak about the public assistance that helped with it complements the report as well. So, we must find the good in all these things. I mean, it sounds easy saying that, but it was a tough time during those times. Madam Speaker, the report, it underscores independence, it underscores professionalism, and efficiency to support governance. I agree with these attributes, especially for the hard work of our public officers and the work that they do. I have a question though. The proposed public service commissions, they have a mandate to oversee the appointment, remove, and discipline public officers, teachers, legal officers, public officers, and so forth. But who have that power? They still would get advice and so forth. Who impacts those decisions? I presume that it's like you have children who misbehave, you discipline them. I think it needs to be made clear of whose governance agenda they would support, as I understand that, with those things, it still lies within the administering powers. That's where I'm trying to go. Because we see how distorted the lines could be, the confusion right now with the reporting lines. So we have to do a proper reform. Members would have spoken about getting the cabinet secretary to be the head of the public service. And Madam Speaker, this concept is actually the bedrock of the Westminster system. The cabinet secretary is the most senior civil servant in the country. And they are responsible for professionalism, integrity, efficiency, and the functioning of government, ensuring that the elected government's policies are implemented efficiently. And this person is not a political appointee. Though a permanent officer, they are not politically appointed. So there are the checks and the balances that would still be there. So with the suggestion of the premier being the head of the government, the cabinet secretary would work directly with the premier's office and make sure that that person marshals the government's machinery to execute the agenda, with excellence, with efficiency, to make sure that they achieve what they set out to achieve. Madam Speaker, there are examples of how this works. Like I mentioned, the Westminster system. And, the appointment of that cabinet secretary should be through an independent, vigorous process based on merit and experience, not popularity or cronyism. And they should be responsible for the standards of all government departments. And this should provide a clear line of authority that we lack right now, and ensuring that the public service is laser focused on implementing the agenda of the government of the day and still remaining politically neutral. There are examples of the Public Service Commission all over the Caribbean for those countries after independence. And they're the ones who have the final say on appointments. They remove the discipline, and they ensure political neutrality, not to a politician or to a head of state. So, the mechanisms are there to make sure that this works for us. And I mean, it's easy for us to say we want to take the governor out of cabinet, we want to devolve some of the powers to us, but we must make sure that we have these options in place so that when you go to them, to our administrative powers and say, this is what we want, we actually have options and we have, the frameworks to show that this is how indeed it will work. Another set of recommendations, their access to rights and freedoms. I can't argue with that at all, Madam Speaker. After the Great March, there was a protest for fundamental freedoms, civic liberties, basic human rights, and racial justice. And I think these rights should be enshrined in our Constitution to be built upon as we are building upon them now. We want a constitution that centralizes the protection of fundamental rights, such as freedom of speech, religion, assembly, protection from discrimination. We want to ensure the rule of law and the judicial reform that will protect citizens' rights and give our citizens access to an independent judiciary, fair legal process, and access to justice. I think we want to deepen representation and participation by giving citizens a voice in their government as a fundamental aspect of their right. This is fair electoral systems, mechanisms for citizens to participate, and the right to hold elected officials accountable. We want to empower our local communities with the structures that will be put in place. Madam Speaker, equality before the law and protection from discrimination, I think that is very important. We also want protection for elderly, women and children, the accessibility of laws, protect property rights, the rights during emergencies, and the right to self-determination. Madam Speaker, there are other provisions that I wanted to highlight, but I want to make those points that I firmly believe that governance must be about the rights of our people. And we must protect our citizens in good times and during the hard times. And I reflect, I mentioned his name earlier, especially during the COVID-19. You know, I just want to acknowledge Honorable Carvin Malone at that time. And I thank him and his team, you know, for creating that blueprint for the management of that pandemic. And Madam Speaker, if you were in the room at that time, I don't think it would have ended up the way it ended up, because we were on the verge of having a state of emergency at that time without knowing that we had legislation in place where we could have managed the pandemic. And, you know, gratefully so, we were able to go through that process by still maintaining the government, a minister leading that charge. And I just mention him because it shows how we are able to manage ourselves and manage the affairs. And, you know, we were able to reach out to our international and our regional partners who were also going through that at the time with the support. And we were able to take care of our people during that time. Madam Speaker, the report makes it clear that public consultation, they revealed recurrent themes: the desire for greater autonomy, constitutional advancement. However, Madam Speaker, it's noted that there's a tendency to conflate political self-determination with independence. In other words, people are thinking on different levels of the spectrum of political autonomy. Some are not sure about the difference between self-determination and independence. And that is because we have not taken the time to undertake the necessary education. And we can't wait for, clearly we cannot wait for them, the administering powers, to educate us. Audre Lorde, he was a civil rights leader and a philosopher. His mother was actually from Grenada. And I quote, "The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. They may allow us temporarily to beat him at his own game, but they will never allow us to bring about genuine change." Madam Speaker, we have to teach our people about self-determination of the individual and the collective. And we must teach about also the pros, the cons about independence. Because it seems that we've been taught to fear. We've been taught to be nervous about speaking about independence. So we don't say anything about it. I was in my district and I was, speaking to one of my seniors. They said, why up and down talking about this independence? Why I going to eat? Why I going to live on? How are I going to get the money? How are I going to do this? And it wasn't me. Someone said, but it's like we've been independent from 1978 because we paying our own bills. But there is this need to educate the public. Education was highlighted as a key area for improving the understanding and decision making and a way of involving and engaging the public, Madam Speaker. And I fully agree that if we decide ever to have a referendum, as we have the laws, and I recall we were just about to do our referendums at some point, but I'm not sure what happened. We have to educate. We have to educate our people on the way forward. Madam Speaker, I'm getting close to the end, and I just want to spend a little time on 3 issues: accessibility of laws, pension fund, and I want to just go back a little bit on the cabinet. With regard to the accessibility of laws, Madam Speaker, this stems from the nature of the legal system, the structure of the court system, and the availability of information. Our legal system, though, is complex. And I'm aware that our legal framework is a blend of common law and statute, and is heavily influenced by English law. Therefore, we are required to know both legislation passed by the legislature and the common law, which is continually updated through the judicial precedent in the territory and other common law jurisdictions. All laws, Madam Speaker, are not simply codified. In addition, we have some laws regulated externally through the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, and that's done through order in council. I think this is a reason why some of our people, we complain about access. That means access to court information is a bit limited. I know the Attorney General Chambers have been working to publish a lot of the laws and make it accessible. But it's a bit inadequate, and it's something that we must work on. We must find a way to stop denying people access. And, deny them access to even the opportunity and the equality before court. I'm not in the court system, but, I hear the complaints. There's a lack of trust within the legal system, and we have to work to rebuild that. So we must build robust and modern legislation to make sure that is done. And once all that is taking place and we have an efficient system, I don't see any challenges then with judge alone trials, because that would definitely deal with some of the backlog when you have persons on remand for years and years, can't get a court date because of there's a backlog. Madam Speaker, I already spoke about cabinet and the premier and the cabinet secretary in cabinet, and I support that. The pension fund. I fully support the need for this pension fund, because it would also take away the liability from the consolidated fund. Caymans have an established pension fund. It secures, those pensioners. And I think it's since 2005 we have been discussing and contemplating this matter. I think the time is now for us to get this done. Madam Speaker, I'll go to education on a more broader term. The Constitutional Review Commission, they conducted outreach in the secondary schools, but they did not directly review or address or build on what the 2007 Constitution order wrote with regards to education. It includes a section, the 2007 Constitution, it includes a section on fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual, and that, this section enshrines a right to education, laying down the entitlement of every child to free primary education. It also prohibits discrimination on various grounds, including those related to education. Madam Speaker, my opinion, in this modern times, in this being a modern country, I think in aligning with our Constitution, with the aspirations of the people, we could continue to have improvement on the system that would give access to children on the tertiary level. I don't think we need to ask permission to invest in our children. We established back in 1990 the establishment of the community college, because we recognized that tertiary education was necessary to improve us as a people. And once the people are educated, then it would create good governance and all the additional structures that are in place. Madam Speaker, we spend millions on education. I ain't sure how much it costs to build the prison, but I think it's less expensive to grow a well-adjusted child than to fix a broken person. So quality education is a right, and we must find a way indeed to improve on it, and we must ensure that we also encourage civic education and our history to promote an understanding of the Constitution itself, the principle of citizenship, and also the principles of self-determination and who we are as a people. Madam Speaker, we have done some work with the statutory boards as they review to establish their obligation, governance policies, due diligence practices. There's also recommendations for a statutory boards commission that I support. Madam Speaker, before I wrap up and we take this report in the committee stage, and then we go to the UK, I'm happy again that we will be going on a level playing field. And Premier, the document that you signed back in, let me see what date it was. The document that was signed, the Joint Declaration of Governments of the United Kingdom and British Overseas Territory, a modern partnership for a stronger British family. That was signed December 14, 2023. You remember that document, Premier? It says we, the government of the United Kingdom and democratically elected governments of the British Overseas Territories, we met and decided this joint declaration. We noted progress and challenges since the publication of the 2012 white paper. The overseas territories, security, success, sustainability, and reaffirm that each UK government department is responsible for supporting the British overseas territories as needed within its areas of competence and expertise. We acknowledge the political, economic, technological shift that has created a more complex international environment for the United Kingdom and the British overseas territories to navigate. So against this backdrop, we reaffirm the deep, historic, and enduring partnership between the United Kingdom and the British overseas territories. We recognize and celebrate the diversity of the UK and each British overseas territory or communities and cultures. It says we are family, united by shared values and working together to deliver for all people and overcome collective challenges. We reaffirm the unique and intricate bond between our communities. We affirm the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples of the British overseas territories as enshrined in the United Nations Charter to restate our enduring commitment to countering hostile sovereignty claims. We are proud of a relationship that delivers for our people, conscious of the historical and profound cultural ties which connect us. It says, point number one, Madam Speaker, and I won't go through all, but I think this one is important. We uphold the strong democratic values which underpin our global British family. Free, open democracies that respect human rights and the rule of law. We reaffirm our commitment to maintain, defend, and respect the rules based on international systems. We believe that the strongest, safest, and most prosperous societies are those in which all people can live freely without fear of unlawful discrimination and play a dull and active part in society. It says the UK will support closer links between the British overseas territories and the Commonwealth, and we will work together to examine options for the greater participation of the territory governments and peoples in its organization. Madam Speaker, you know, when I did the research and I remember this document, you know, and noting that the time would not probably be right for us to go and negotiate, I was saying that we could probably go forth and use this to show that, hey, you can't be hypocritical if you're saying that we're working together. You can't have us under these constraints. But I think they probably heard that I would have read this document, and I'm happy that we now not having to go and use this to make sure that when we go to negotiate our constitution, you know, we're all on a level playing field. So, Madam Speaker, I say, let us work together as a House of Assembly. We all represent our peoples. We can consolidate our democracy and participation with the report. But let's not move forward in fear. God is with us. Hence, as we go through this document, we are now free to have our fair negotiation as to what we want as a people. I think we are working to build these Virgin Islands, make sure that it's governed well, make sure that we continue to be prosperous, and we look forward to a constitution that will be fitting for us and these Virgin Islands. So again, I thank the chairman of this committee, all the persons that had input, and I look forward for us going through the next stages of this document. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, at this time, we will recess until tomorrow at 10 a.m. House is in recess.